Welcome everyone to the broadcast of the Super Speed Chess Swiss. I'm confusing all the labels and names, but what matters for today is that we have a knockout system of the 16 players that qualified from yesterday. And my co-host, Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer, is here to help us all the action. Jon, how did you feel about yesterday's format and the 16 players that made it to today?
It was a very exciting tournament. We saw some thrilling action with Hikaru Nakamura making an appearance and winning the whole Swiss. But Hikaru has already qualified for the Speed Chess Championship main event, so he is not allowed to participate in this knockout. And so the players we're going to see today are the players who finished in the top 17 places 2 through 17. And the top seed, Alexei Sarana, he was the best player, not named Hikaru Nakamura yesterday. And he's going to be playing the lucky number 17, the person who managed to get in by just the tiniest of margins. He's going to be playing Bibisara Asobayeva.
I'm happy to see, obviously, a female player in the field, and it was such a tough competition yesterday's event. It's huge that not only grandmasters made it, most of the field are grandmasters, but we also have international masters and FIDE masters in the field. We're gonna get to see these 16 players, as Jon already mentioned. Jon Ludwig, sorry, I need to get used to the double name there, Hammer. I'm trying my best with the Norwegian pronunciation, but apart from the pronunciations and many strong players in the field, we also need to show how this format works, because there's a difference. Yesterday's event was a 15-round Swiss tournament, and today we have a knockout format. Tell the viewers, please, Jon Ludwig, more about how this is going to work and also the different time controls we have.
Yeah, so yesterday it was 3-minute games, no increments. And that caused for some really stunning time scrambles towards the end. Today, we're going to have much more time to think, and we're going to be playing in the standard speed chess format, with some games being 5 minutes and 1 second increment, some games being 3 minutes, and some games being 1 minute. And even if you do poorly with lots of time on the clock, you can always make it up in the 1 minute section. For this round of 16, we're going to have 2 games 5 minute, 2 games 3 minute, and 5 games with just 1 minute on the clock.
Indeed, and there's a lot at stake. Let's take a look at our prices as well. Yesterday's event already had prices, so the players here have been paid for yesterday's show, but today they can make even more cash prize, as well as the first prize being the most important, obviously, because it's the qualification to the overall Speed Chess Championship starting in November, and that's $100,000 at stake for the Speed Chess Championship. As you mentioned, Jon Ludwig, Hikaru already qualified, so today he'll not be here. He already has his spot. Fabiano Caruana and the rest of the Super Grandmasters are waiting to see who is going to be the 15th participants for the Speed Chess Championship, and the winner of the Junior Speed Chess Championship too will be the last 2 qualifiers to this big event. On that note, I think before the action begins, we will take a very quick break, but don't go anywhere, because we will have these 16 players who already performed so well yesterday to now fight for that 1 qualification spot. Lots of blitz action, bullet chess, and we're gonna be here for quite some time. Bring some snacks, any refreshments, soft drinks, and Jon and I will be back in a moment. See you. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the Speeches Super Swiss knockout event of today. We have 16 of the qualified players from yesterday's tournament, and we're going to start with this round of 16, focusing first on the match of Alexei Sarana against Bibisara Asabueva. I'm hoping to not butcher her surname, but it's difficult to pronounce. Almost as difficult as your first name, Jon Ludwig. I'm going to call you Hammer from now on, if that's cool with you.
That's completely fine. And here we are getting kicked off with the first game of the tournament. Alexei Sarana making sure that his presence in the middle is felt. Look at these pawns and how well they are controlling the center.
Indeed, lots of space for white in this opening. That's what we usually get to see. That black will fight later on for the center. That's why that pawn push c5 and now e6 are important moves to try to fight for the control. And after developing the pieces, we see that black has already castled, white has just castled too. All these moves are happening so quickly that I think we don't have time to delve into the specifics of the opening, but let's focus on the current middle game. Hammer, how would you describe this to people that might not play this opening?
This is known as a Benoni structure. And what's important to know about this Benoni pawn formation is that the black bishop trying to point down is the most important piece black has. And this is because white is unable to put a pawn to block the bishop's influence. So white maybe would like to have a pawn instead of a knight to block the bishop. Maybe you would like to have a pawn here on the d4 square, but you don't have any pieces to block out the bishop. And that's what makes this an opening black often goes for when they're trying to win the game, when they're trying to create unbalanced positions with counter chances based on white naturally being allowed to control the center with pawns.
So after these pawn pushes on the queen side, white is making sure that black cannot push the b pawn. At least it's not going to be without any weakness, because we know of the en passant capture, don't we? I'm asking you guys, dear viewers, we know of the en passant. Yeah, it would be sadly a very big mistake to push the b pawn. Now, what will happen to black's plan if you can no longer play for b5?
I really like this move from Bibisara. She is trying to trade off the white knight, giving protection to the pawn in the middle. So if a trade is made, and it is, Alexei goes for the trade, captures a pawn, but in the meantime, Bibisara is able to capture back in the middle. And look now how she has opened up for her bishop, and she's also brought her rook into the game. The evaluation bar is more black than white on the left-hand side. This means that the computer thinks black has the superior position.
That's a turn of events indeed, now that she has won the central pawn, and after this rook move, she was attacking both the queen and the pawn on b2. She can capture that pawn both with the rook or with the bishop, and the a5 pawn is hanging too, but there can be back rank issues.
So she captures the pawn on b2, threatening the rook. The rook had to move. Now the question is, will this white pawn on the side, will this be a plan for white to win the game, just pushing that pawn up, becoming a new queen? Or will it be a reason for white's downfall, considering the fact that black does have both the rook and queen pointing in towards it?
Bibisara must be calculating in this moment whether that pawn can be captured. As you have pointed out, two of black's pieces are already looking at that pawn, and if it can be captured, it should be captured as soon as possible before it marches all the way to the 7th rank and almost becomes a queen. What do you think is an alternative, or is that just, you think, the main move that she's calculating and double checking whether she can take it?
I think she should avoid capturing this pawn, because there are some ideas for white's bishop to move back and start attacking both the black rook and whatever black piece ends up behind the rook. So I think she's making the right call in being patient. But I am very concerned about this pawn in the long term. I feel like White's chances, just from looking at the position, I feel like White's position is better because this pawn looks so dangerous and it looks possible to push it further forward. And having to deal with that pawn has cost Bibisara a lot of time on the clock. She is down more than 2 minutes. But I think she's found a great plan here to start advancing her own pawn. And now both players are trying to get a new queen.
Yes, it is the battle between the two passed pawns. Both of them are 2 squares away from promotion. So the question will be which one is more difficult to block. She can now push 1 more square further to the C2 square. She can march yet another square closer to the promotion square, but so is the white pawn ready to be pushed to A7. An offer of queen trade after queen E8.
Yeah. It's a tricky position. It's a very, very tricky position. It feels to me that the pawns are both annoying for the opponent, but often the pawn furthest away from the kings is the most valuable pawn. So I'm going to say the white pawn on A6, due to it being more difficult getting the king over all the way to the other side to defend against that, is doing better than the pawn on C3, where white does have a very long route to get the king involved, but at the very least, it is closer. And here we see Sarana, another important detail. The white bishop is protecting this pawn 1 square away from queening, whereas the black bishop is protecting its pawn, but it's 2 squares away. And that minor difference can be decisive here.
I agree with you, and that's the reason why Bibisara is not pushing her pawn, because that would be a square where she can no longer protect it with the bishop, as you have explained it, and 1 rook is not enough to shelter that pawn. She places the bishop on e5, but as the variation bar shows, the position is getting better and better for white. It's already a decisive advantage for Sarana.
Yeah, because Sarana has this plan of just getting his king over to the black pawn, trying to prevent that black pawn from moving further forward. And Bibisara doesn't really have anything she can do against that plan. And once the black pawn is blockaded, then white can start thinking about getting their own pawn forward to becoming a new queen.
Yes, unfortunately for Bibisara, this is getting worse and worse. The situation now with the king being caught on the 7th rank, all her pieces are more passive than the white counterparts.
She's simply unable to get the king assisting, contrary to her opponent, who is just spending his time getting that king closer and closer to black's pawn. She's going for a strategy here where she's always offering the trade of rooks. In the end, Sarana figured out that he had to allow that trade, but by coming in with his rook now, he's pointing towards the pawn on d6. The only way to defend that pawn is by moving your bishop back, but you need that bishop to defend your important passed pawn. So she chooses to give up the pawn in the middle to protect her best pawn. But the problem is now she's got to deal with so many things. And here the trade of rooks will make sure that the pawn is promoted. So we're just going to move on to a different game because we are going to catch some of the time scrambles here.
Indeed.
And this is Federico Perez Ponza. And actually, for Spanish names, I should let you deal with that, shouldn't I?
You did very well. I have nothing to add to that pronunciation. Well done, Hammer. Well done. Much better than my Norwegian attempt. So I think you're doing great. I was just going to add for those who have been rooting for Bibisara that don't worry. She continues playing. There will be another 5+1, and then they move on to the rest of the time controls too. So all of these matches are multiple games.
And Federico from Argentina, he is facing Alexander Zubov of Ukraine. And I need to count the pieces here. White seems to have a rook more than the opponent. Black has a knight more than white, but a rook is worth more than a knight, which is why Perez Ponza is looking very good to take the victory here. However, he is low on time. He has only 23 seconds remaining, and now he's going into some very tricky variations. He's trying to attack Black's bishop, but in doing so, he has left his own bishop undefended, and he's relying on the capture of his bishop to be met by a counterattack, and that White's rook will be able to capture the Black bishop in the end.
So Zubov decided to just drop the bishop back. Maybe there was something that could have been a bit more challenging. Overall, as you mentioned, White's material advantage should be a decisive advantage. It's only the time factor that makes it a bit trickier because the increment is only 1 second. Reminder on the time control that it's 5 minutes with a 1 second increment, the first games.
And he's facing a knight. And knights are just such devious pieces, and they can jump around. And right now, if I were Zubov, I would be jumping that knight forward because the knight can then attack the bishop, the rook, and the pawn. Instead, he chooses to use his rook moving into the attack. And White's king is desperately trying to get away from the checks. The rook continues this strategy. White gets the rook into defense, tries to attack the bishop instead. The Black king is in trouble. I feel like White will try to move their rook up into the attack, but you also have to be careful about the Black rook coming into an attacking position as well. This is going to be a thrilling finish with both players less than 20 seconds on the clock.
I wonder what's going to happen because obviously if you just go back and forth with the rooks, for Black, it's fine to repeat and make a draw with a 3-4 repetition. White definitely wants more than that draw. And now we see that check on the 7th rank that you mentioned, Hammer.
Yeah, but there's a problem. Black was also threatening checkmate. So Perez Ponza needed to get his rook involved instead, and he's leaving his bishop to be captured. But it's okay because he's giving up the bishop to perform a checkmate. And here at the end, if the rook had captured, there would have been a checkmate with the two rooks working together against the king. And we're just going to move on because we have another thrilling finish. Both players with very little time left on the clock. It's Yakuboyev from Uzbekistan going for the trade of bishops because he believes he can win this endgame with just kings and pawns remaining. But that does not seem to be the case. De Silva from Sri Lanka has managed to create a situation in which he might be able to survive. No, he's not able to survive.
He forgot about this, that the stalemate is actually what White wanted because Black now has to push that one pawn from b6. That's his only move, and White would promote first. What an endgame. It's just that the games are starting one after the other. We don't have time to analyze it, but that was a very instructive endgame.
Yeah, and here for the last game of the first round, it's Alexander Bortnik playing against Nubar Shah Shaikh. And Bortnik with two rooks and a pawn against a lone queen. And here it turns out the queen is no match for the rooks because Bortnik next move will move his rook up. He will get the trade. He will move his king up, and then he will have the king guide the pawn forward and to becoming a new queen. And Bortnik takes the win and takes the lead in that match.
And that leaves us with one more match, I think, or maybe we just need to update the score. I was hoping there's one more match to catch, but I think this was actually the last one. Sorry, Hammer, I cut you there when you wanted to talk about Hans's game.
Yeah, because, I mean, these games are just coming rapid fire, one after another. And we just got to keep moving all the time. And this match is between Hans Niemann, who finished third in the Swiss yesterday. He was one of few players who got Hikaru sweating, and now he's got Terry sweating as he has taken the lead 1-0 in the first game. However, in this position, a very unorthodox one, It is white who has the advantage according to the bar on the left-hand side. However, white is down a pawn on the board. So white needs to justify the fact that you're down a pawn, maybe by saying that black's pieces on the king side, on the right-hand side of the board, have not been developed and are not participating in play.
Indeed, and that means that white needs to use this momentum, the initiative, to compensate for the lack of the pawn. Let's see if after knight to f4 and knight f6, now that Hans is about to finish his development fully, is there anything concrete for white? Is there anything that can be concerning for black's pieces?
Yeah, so I'm thinking this trade has given black triple pawns. And I know you're in Ireland right now, Anna, and I have heard that the Englishmen, they call triple pawns Irish pawns, in that
Really?
they are just terrible.
I didn't know about this. I did not know about this, and I protest. Irish pawns?
Yeah, but I mean, at least you have the pawns, right? Black has 3 pawns on the same file. That's a disadvantage because the pawns cannot work together and protect each other. But on the other hand, black has 1 pawn more than his opponent. So would you rather have these Irish pawns, or would you be down a pawn? And I'm a material guy. I do not like giving away my pawns, and I like grabbing them when my opponent offers. So I'm kind of liking Hans's situation here. It's white who has the responsibility to justify being down on material.
I'm with you on the material count. Free stuff is good stuff, but I'm a little bit concerned about these Irish pawns now that I know this is a term eventually that the English people might use. How dare! Ireland is a beautiful country and they would never look like those pawns on the board.
So you agree that the pawns look ugly?
These look ugly. Ireland is much prettier than those pawns.
So Hans will try to get rid of some of these guys since they're not great at working together. And right now I'm looking at this square F4. This is a square where there are no white pawns that can control it. So that means it would be a beautiful outpost, for instance, for a knight. So if I was Hans, I would want to get my knight up here really soon.
I like that idea a lot. That would be a lovely spot for the knight. And I wonder if in the future, is there a way to push at least the e6 pawn 1 square up and try to trade it? Or what way can black find to get rid of 1 or 2 of those triple pawns?
That's definitely the idea that comes to mind, getting rid of some of these.
Let's see what Renato will come up with here. Also having less time than Hans. So material advantage for Hans, even if they are tripled isolated pawns, and time advantage, 2 minutes of time advantage.
And he goes forward with the pawn, actually provoking Hans to get the knight closer to the F4 square. But on the other hand, he enables himself to start capturing black pawns. And once he captures this first one, he's ready to capture the next one and the next one. So Hans here seemingly in some trouble because these pawns are just gonna drop off one after another. He does try to give himself some counterplay though, having his own rook attack one of white's pawns.
That must be what he was aiming for, and the evaluation bar agrees with him that the f2 pawn is really important for white to keep on the board. So Renato plays rook to f1, which is a passive way to defend the pawn.
And that allows Hans to get access to this f4 square. But not only that, he also prevents the white rook's intentions to capture the black pawn in the middle. And we get a trade of rooks. But now black is still up a pawn, and you also have this very well-placed knight inside white's half of the board.
I like this a lot. As you mentioned earlier, that knight maneuver, and now that the knight has actually landed on f4, the g5 pawn is currently being attacked by the rook. After knight d5 check, we traded one of the tripled pawns for white's g5 pawn.
I'm happy to announce the pawns are no longer Irish.
So what are they called now when it's doubled isolated
Well,
pawns?
I would call them Swedish pawns, but
I like it.
that may
I
be
know
just
that
me.
I know that banter rivalry between Norway and Sweden. So
And look at this, Hans going for another trade. The pawns, he had tripled pawns, 3 pawns on the same file, but he's just very nicely, just one pawn after another. I think he's even going to go for a third one. Is Hans going to go for the third trade to actually get rid of every single one of those weak pawns? No, he's going to push his pawn on the side instead. And I just noticed that Renato is down to just 1 second on the clock. There's no way he's surviving this, is it? The pawn 1 step away from queening and the knight coming in to attack both the bishop and the rook. It's game over. And Hans wins in this 5-minute section by 2 points to 0.
That was a beautiful finish to a very instructive middle game with the tripled pawns that we now have learned about. If you can get rid of them, probably better. And that's what Hans did with his pawns.
And we're moving on to the match between Jose Martinez and Gadir Gurzainov. And here white has an extra pawn, but black has some really nice positioning with their rooks. It's black who controls the open files. And with the last move, black also managed to infiltrate with the bishop, capturing a very important pawn in the middle. But now the trickery starts. The bishop sacrifices itself because it opens up for the rook against the black bishop in the middle. And white actually got out of this situation, remaining a pawn up. But it's such a tricky thing because black is facing a deficit on the right-hand side of the board. White has 4 pawns on that side as opposed to black's 2. And that means white has very good prospects of advancing those pawns forward, trying to make them new queens.
At the same time, both kings are looking funny too when it comes to the safe castle king side or castle queen side situations that we normally see. Both kings here are more exposed than a usual castled king. Let's see if either of the players can make it to the kings, or will it just depend on an endgame after all?
And look at this plan from Gurzainov. He's just trying to move his pawns forward, and he just gave away that pawn on the queen side. And this is some serious threats black's queen is making, now also making threats in towards the king. The pawn moves forward in the middle. Both players are racing forward with their pawns, and Gurzainov sacrifices his rook. The rook can be captured, but Martinez chooses not to capture it, but he has a trick. The bishop pointing in towards the queen and the king. The rook still can be captured, but now the queen coming in, giving an attack against the black king. White now down a rook, but is close to finding some kind of checkmate. The queen can go in a very tricky way here to try and capture black's rook. The question is, can white find anything more than a draw by repetition? Both players under 10 seconds on the clock. Can you capture the rook? I don't think you can do so. And because of the time situation, white chooses to go for the repetition and go for the draw, despite the bar on the left-hand side of the board showcasing almost exclusively white, which means white did have a winning idea according to the computer. I just don't know what it was.
And not with 3 seconds on the clock. I think Gurzainov took a very good practical decision. If you don't see the win, maybe better not to risk in a knockout system. A reminder that all of these players are facing each other in multiple time controls, multiple games, in order to make it to be the last player standing. This is the round of 16, so we still have 32 players. But as we go through the event today, every single match round will eliminate half of the field.
And here we're joining once again Federico Ponsa against Alexander Zubov. This time it's Zubov with the advantage because a queen and 2 pawns working together are very dangerous. However, 2 rooks, that's pretty good as well. And what white will try to achieve is moving these pawns up on the right-hand side of the board. The problem is once these pawns start moving up, the white king gets more exposed, and then the black rooks will be able to give checks against the king. So it's a tricky for Zubov trying to win this.
That's why he moved the king 1 step back to the 2nd rank, and also not leaving the queen and the king on the same rank, obviously, before starting to push the pawns. Good thing for white is that you can always give a couple of checks with the queen back and forth. Of course, not to repeat 3 times, but just to gain a bit of time.
Yeah, and this was a mistake here by Ponsa, because the coordination of the rooks after giving all of those checks were not working out very well. And you need to kind of always make sure that these 2 rooks are protecting each other. They are their own best friends. And here we see Zubov successfully advancing further up with his pawns. Can he get the king even further up? It's such a tricky endgame. I don't really know how to assess this situation. I think that was a mistake by Zubov. Zubov should have moved his king up while his queen was controlling down towards the side of the board, but he is successful in getting the pawns further up. The question is how to get. Oh yes, brilliant,
nice.
Brilliant
Checkmate. Wow, what a finish. It was just such a tough position for black to defend constantly with all these checks from the diagonal, checks from here, checks from there. And the final move, queen g8, there was no defense to it. I think with this game, we're going to get into the 3+1 portion in a moment, but we're going to let the players take a very quick break. Officially, most, if not all, of the 5+1 games have finished. We're going to be back in a moment with the rest of the format. Again, all of these matches will continue now with a 3+1, that is 3 minutes, 1 second increment. And at the end, we will have multiple bullet games as well between the same players. So don't go anywhere. None of these matches are decided. This is the Speed Chess Super Swiss. Hammer and I will be back in a moment with the rest of the action. Coming this October is also the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss. This year's event will be played in Riga, Latvia, and there will be 2 spots in the 2022 Candidates Tournament that will be at stake at this event, as well as 1 spot in the next Women's Candidates Tournament. Also, by the way, a prize fund of $550,000, huge prize fund. The event starting soon in Riga, Latvia. You will not want to miss this, and you will also not want to miss who will have a chance to play the Candidates Tournament and maybe challenge the next world champion. Will we have a new world champion? Hammer, you know Magnus so well. I know we are not at that event, but just like a 1 sentence or 2 sentence opinion of yours, if I can have.
I think if they qualify to the Candidates Tournament from the Riga event, they will be challenging Magnus Carlsen, trying to challenge him. I think Magnus will retain his title this November.
I see. Thank you for your opinion on that. And now we're going to move on with our event of the day, which is the Speed Chess Super Swiss. As you can see, some of the matches are a 2-0 lead for the higher rated player, but we also have matches which are currently on a tie, and all of these matches can still be completely turned around. We will have now 4 games of 3+1, and then the bullet portion can still change everything too when it comes to the result.
Yeah, and we're going to be watching this round, but the games between Bortnik and Nubar Shah Shaikh from India. And Bortnik has taken a 2-0 lead in this match. So it's very important for Nubar Shah to strike back as soon as possible. And he hasn't really gotten the opening from which to do just that. Because White has managed to capture a pawn early on and is now holding on to that pawn by any means necessary, using both the queen, the bishop, and the knight to give protection.
So those are the Swedish pawns, am I right? Is that what I learned from earlier? Swedish pawns?
Yeah, actually, I think the Swedish pawns would still be tripled. It would just be that we feel as Norwegians, we would feel that the tripled pawns, we don't really have any opinion on the Irish, positive or negative, but we would think that tripled pawns are Swedish pawns.
I see. So in that case, we just have doubled pawns here, doubled isolated pawns.
And that's a disadvantage for White. In addition, Black also has a nice looking bishop pair pointing down on the position. So Black definitely has advantages in return for the disadvantage of being down a pawn.
After White's queen move, attacking the rook, now the rook swings back to c7, but it means that the a7 pawn was up for grab too. It's now 2 pawns up for White, and yet the evaluation bar is not showing that much of an advantage because Black's pieces are active, and at this very moment, Black can take on c4 twice. He chooses to take and then push the b pawn because that means the queen is hanging. Discover the attack.
The queen is under attack. The pawn on c4 can be captured. He's going to use his pawn to capture there. Now, I think the next move is going to be trying to put pressure down on the b file. I think the next move for Black will be to go with the queen to b8, offering a trade, but having the rooks work together with the bishops in pointing dangerously down towards the queen side, the left-hand side of the board.
I wonder what's going to be this battle, the pair of bishops versus the pair of knights, and what's going to happen in this very moment now after knight to d4. Nubar Shah decides to drop the bishop back to d7, so White cannot capture on f5 and get rid of one of the bishops.
And also this bishop takes control of the square c6, which I believe is where White's knight was headed. And Bortnik now has to decide whether he still wants to continue forward with his knight or whether he wants to check out some other options. One such option would be to push the pawn forward in the middle. Instead, he chooses to get the rook in towards the middle. And this rook then offering extra protection of the knight. It's a tricky position. Both players spending quite a bit of time to get here. I'm going to predict that black goes with the queen, offering the queen trade, trying to get pressure down on the side of the board. It is, I remind you, black who needs to justify this situation, as black has given away a pawn in the opening and is a pawn down at this moment.
Yeah, and it seems that queen on b6, since it's such an active piece, I agree with you that moves like queen b8 are certainly the moves to think about. At the same time, the queen is protecting the e7 pawn, so he must have been just calculating what happens after the trade and the white rook coming to e7 potentially.
But here we see that the pawn on b2 was just as important as the pawn on e7, and both players using their rook and king respectively to get those pawns protected.
Now, what is next for white? It's still an extra pawn, but fighting against the pair of bishops means that the knights are somewhat restricted here, and the rook on d1 is holding on to the protection of the d4 knight. How do you think white should regroup their pieces to make progress?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I really like pawns, but I also really like the bishop pair. And right now, right now I would prefer black's position, because I precisely for the reason you mentioned. It's not that black has any clear way of winning right now. It's just that white doesn't have any plan at all. Whereas black has some options on both sides of the board. And we're seeing that being kind of utilized right now, with black pushing the pawn forward on the right-hand side, in addition to having this pressure on the left-hand side as well. There's potential in black's position on both flanks.
And after doubling rooks on the b file, white has to use
that's a mistake. That's a mistake. There's lots of pieces under pressure here. The rook sacrifices itself, because if the white rook is to capture the black rook, you also leave the protection of the knight in the middle. So that pawn has been captured. The black rook stepping back, and white is no longer with the has no claim to the superior position. Bortnik has trouble here dealing with black's bishops.
He was shaking his he was shaking his head right in that moment when the pawn on b2 was captured. He obviously blundered that beautiful tactical pattern that you have explained, Hammer. And now we see the power of the pair of bishops, how with these pins, attacks, and so also the black rook's activity, it's making it somewhat more difficult for white to hold everything together.
Yeah, but at the same time, knights are also such tricky pieces. And the white knight is now surrounding the pawn on c4. There's no way to kind of deal with that, give protection to that pawn in a clean way. And here we see the second knight as well coming in to attack black's rook. And notice the time. Nubar is down to just seconds on the clock, and that means you're prone to making mistakes. And this game has turned around significantly because now Bortnik is actually up by 2 pawns. Shockingly, there's these 2 pawns on the side of the board are pawns that black does not have on their side. And now this pawn just pushes forward on the side of the board. Bortnik gave away his rook, but at the same time, there's no way for the black rook to help prevent white from getting a new queen, and he has to resign the game. Fantastic play there from Bortnik, showcasing that you can't just it's not enough having a good position. You also need to have the time to see it through. We caught there a draw with just kings remaining between Zubov and Ponsa. We're going to move ahead to the game between the 2 Russian players, Shimanov and Shugirov. Shugirov having the extra pawn, but both players being so low on time. A sacrifice of the pawn was brilliant from Shugirov because he was then able to force white's king up to a unfortunate positioning, allowing the black rook to come in, give a check, force the king back, and then create a double attack on both the king and on the knight. And that was the reason Shimanov resigned. And that actually means Shugirov equalizes the match. It's tied at 1.5, 1.5.
Yeah, I was just going to add to the match of Bortnik that what I found impressive is that he clearly blundered rook takes b2, but he managed to psychologically recover too and not give up in that moment when suddenly the tables turned and his opponent took the advantage, but had not enough time to find the most precise moves. As you mentioned, you need to have the right position and also some time to be able to figure out in a complex position what was the right way to go.
And we're moving on to the second games of the 3-minute portion. And for a moment there, I was like, well, this can't be right. We already saw this game. But it's actually the same opening as last time in the match between Renato Terry and Hans Niemann. It's similar to the game where we saw the tripled pawns. However, it's dissimilar in the way that white seems to be having a very good position in this circumstance, with the white knight trying to threaten the pawn on f5, provoking black into playing the pawn up so that the pawn gives protection to its buddy. But then the next knight comes up and starts attacking. And Hans is really busy just trying to defend against all the threats white is making. This may be the moment where Terry decides to start capturing things and end up with a pawn extra.
Yeah, even if this pawn structure, sorry, Hammer, I was just going to say that even if this pawn structure looks better than the previous game of Hans, it actually is a very weak pawn, this e6 pawn. And this line that you have already mentioned too, that there could be a trade, the rook coming in, the pawn on e6 will fall.
Yeah, and I just realized I said win a pawn, but that's, while that is true, it's not the most significant thing because white was already up a pawn. So this was actually the second pawn he just captured, which means that Hans is going down. I think Renato Terry from Peru is about to get his first win in this matchup.
Very important result for Renato, because so far Hans has been simply winning every single game. It's 3-0 to Hans in this moment. But this game not only means that Renato will have his first win, but the psychological side of it, that I'm in the match, I've just beaten my opponent who has been leading 3-0. It can mean a lot also for the bullet games, because a reminder on the format, we are now seeing the 3+1 portion, 3-minute 1-second increment blitz games, but we'll also have bullet games in every single one of these matches.
And look at this. Hans is not ready to give up on this just yet. He's got his rook in an attacking position. To be fair, as does white. Both players right now trying to attack the other player's king. Both players getting really low on time. It feels to me like a white knight is about to enter the game here. Somehow there must be a checkmate, right?
It looks like there should be a checkmate. I was looking at rook c7 too. It feels like that black king, even though it's an endgame and very few pieces are on the board, the black king is very restricted.
But instead, Terry goes for an endgame. White is still up a pawn, but in addition, it's very difficult for black to defend this guy on f4, which would exploit that the bishop cannot move without the rook being captured. And to avoid that circumstance, Hans chooses to move his rook away. It seems to me that white should just capture and maybe capture and try and capture this guy. But no, Hans is putting up some resistance here. The knight coming up, the knight defending the pawn. White is down to just 2 seconds on the clock. They only get 1 second extra per move that is made. But this makes it such an easy situation to mess up and make a huge mistake when you're low on time. However, white, with the maneuvering of the knight, has made sure that the pawn cannot run away. White successfully eliminates the biggest threat in the position and then gets the knight up in the middle. White is up 2 pawns, 4 against 2, and it feels as though Hans, yes, the double attack, the rook threatening both the king and threatening the knight, that was the end of it.
And it's Renato's first win in this match. It's 3 points to Hans, 1 for Renato. So still a big lead for Hans, but this is a start for Renato, also for his confidence to get back into this match.
And we're moving on to the most exciting time scramble. It's Alexei Sarana having a bishop against Bibisara Azobayeva's knight. The bishops are really good on open boards, capable of controlling both sides of the board at the same time. However, it's the white pawns that are advancing right now. And I think both players kind of going for the win here. What about this guy? No, it seems Bibisara is not trying to win the game. She's just trying to get on the scoreboard, and she's successful as she eliminates the final pawn. Just king and bishop against the king remaining. Impossible to give a checkmate there. So the game is declared a draw.
And that's the first half point that Bibisara has scored, but there's still plenty of games left. It's not an easy match for her, but I think that, as you said, since now she's on the scoreboard, it's going to be somewhat more pleasant than having 3-0 marked next to her opponent's name.
And we're moving on because the games just keep coming. And Sanan Shugirov managed to equalize this match score in the previous game we looked at. Now we have a tremendously complicated situation. The king is in the open, being attacked by Black's queen. But on the other hand, this pawn is 1 square away from queening, attacking 2 pieces at once. Shugirov, with his king in the corner, he has only seconds left on the clock. This is the most dramatic finish we've seen so far, because usually when they're so low on time, it means that at least we're in the end game and it's pretty clear what's going on. But here there are just so many pieces still on the board. Shugirov repeatedly down to just 1 second on the clock.
I like how he brought back that bishop toward the king just to give extra protection to the king. But still, that h1 square now is the vulnerable spot. And Black manages to win with the piece down. What a turn of events.
And it just goes to show it doesn't matter how good your position is if you don't have the time left to take care of your king in this example. And Shimanov, he was always trying to attack White's king in that time scramble, and he succeeds in the end. The unstoppable checkmate in the corner. Shugirov technically loses on time, but there was no way to stop the checkmate. And we move on.
Huge turn of events in that game. I was going to say, incredible how that checkmate happened just like this one. All right.
What a checkmate. It looked as though White had possibilities to win this game because he had so many pawns close to becoming a new queen, but he tries to run away with the king. If the king had managed to find shelter, I think White could have won this position. But as it turns out, Martinez coming in with the checkmate, that is, there's no running away from that for White's king. And it means that Guseynov is in huge trouble, down 3.5 to 1/2 on the scoreboard.
Let's take a look at the results so far. As you have mentioned, that is trouble for Guseynov with 3 points of disadvantage. And it's the same result for Bibisara, Alexei Sarana leading 3.5. But Alexander Bornik is the only player who has won all of his games, 4-0 against Nubar Shashak. Yet even those games were absolutely not clear. We followed closely one of their encounters. I'm so curious to see how the rest of the matches will go now in the bullet portion. So we are switching to our next and final time control, 1 minute, 1 second increment.
And we're staying with this Shimanov-Shugirov match, which is one of the closest ones at this stage. Shimanov going for an early attack here with the pawn on the side of the board. He's trying to get rid of his own pawn so that the rook can stand and attack in towards the black king.
It looks like such a funny situation when one king is castled, the other is in the middle of the board, but it feels like the castled king is the one that could be more in trouble, especially if the h file opens up for white's rook.
But I feel like black is doing really well, because look at this attack black has going on the opposite side of the board. If white was able, white would just throw this pawn on the side off the board. This pawn is the biggest problem in white's position, because the pawn is blocking the ability for the rook to point down. And in the meantime, this stuff going on the left side is not something to be stifled at. That is some dangerous attack going on for black on the left-hand side.
I agree with you. And this rook a6 move, I think, was important because white was ready to try to get rid of that h pawn that you mentioned by pushing it to h6, and the f6 bishop was depending on the g7 pawn, the g7 pawn's defense, but no longer. Now both the queen and the rook are helping through the 6th rank in the defense too.
And Shimanov takes the step forward with the pawn, and he successfully eliminates the pawn. Black now up a pawn on the material, but on the other hand, white has managed to open up an attacking route towards that black king.
So the pawn has been given up, but black has a lot of pieces defending, and he made this funny maneuver where the rook is placed in the corner so that the king can step back to g8 and the h file is guarded.
And look at this thing going on the queen side. It's completely blocked off with the pawns. Basically, this whole area of the game is just not very significant. And this is a big problem for Shimanov, because Shimanov is unable to bring his rook into the game unless the bishop moves. But the bishop cannot move because the black pawns are controlling all the available squares. However, there Shimanov successfully gets the bishop into the game, and Shugirov once again down to just seconds on the clock. Once that first pawn was lost, then the next one, and now for a third one in the future. Black's position is collapsing right now.
It was such an interesting position earlier. As you mentioned, both the white bishop and rook were unable to move, but as soon as the g5 pawn was lost, everything in black's position collapses, and Shimanov takes another point in this particular match against Shugirov. 2-point lead for Alex Shimanov now.
And we're joining another close match. It's Zubov from Ukraine in the lead, and he is also in the lead in this game. Look at all of those black pawns. He even gives away a rook for a bishop just to get his pawns further forward, and the knight coming in with the attack on both the king and the rook. And even, wow, look how accurate Zubov is. The rook giving a check, he was not in a rush to capture the rook in the corner, because then white could capture back. Instead, he gives the check, forces white's king to step down, and then the rook was lost for nothing in the corner. And we're just gonna move on to a time scramble, the closest thing we can get to a time scramble. It's Hans Niemann playing against Renato Terry. And once again, Terry with what looks to me like a dangerous position out of the opening. Look at the bishop pointing in towards black's queen, the pawn also threatening the knight. However, you cannot capture the knight right now, because then white's queen will be in trouble. And Niemann is thinking that he's going to move his queen away on the next move, starting an attack on white's king.
Such an interesting position with limited material, but both kings are exposed, especially when it comes to that open g5. And I wonder if the black rook will also make it into the game, especially if he could threaten the white king from g8 indeed.
Yeah, you predicted it. Hans moves his king away, gives away his knight to open up for the rook to start attacking down on the king. And the rook is successful in eliminating white's queen. And that means Hans is looking very good to take this game as well, which will extend his lead beyond what can be dealt with, right?
I believe so. We have 5 games in total in the bullet portion, but this is already their 6th game, if my maths doesn't fail me. So Hans is doing really well to qualify to the next stage of the knockout format. Everything will be decided today. So this is just the first round of 16, and we're going to continue this knockout format until we have 1 player standing, the last final winner.
So once Hans has 5 points, he is guaranteed a place in the quarterfinals. And we can see that he has a promising position with an extra queen. He wants to finish this game off so that he secures his quarterfinal spot. However, I must say White has done an amazing job competing against the queen. And it looks as though Hans is going for the draw here. He just keeps checking White's king. No, he manages to capture a pawn on the side, but the black pawn is in trouble as well. The queen alone against a bishop and pawn and rook, the queen is not going to win that. Hans, rightly so, goes for the draw, but Renato makes a huge blunder.
Oh no, that rook needed the protection of the bishop, and the king move cut right in between the 2 pieces.
And that means the rook could be safely captured, which in turn means that without the rook, there's no saving this for Terry. And Hans is looking good to secure his quarterfinal spot in this game.
This is it. As soon as he wins this game, he will qualify to the quarterfinals, but they will continue the remaining matches too. So if you want to follow Hans's games, please feel free to do so. I think we're going to stick with this game, even if it's just about to finish, to officially tell you guys that the first qualifier of the quarterfinals is Grandmaster Hans Niemann.
And we're moving on to the Bibisara game. She's playing Alexei Sarana. And also here, we can see that a draw is all Sarana needs to secure himself a quarterfinal spot. However, the bar on the left-hand side tells us a different story. It says that Bibisara is about to secure her first win of this tournament. And she's going to make sure to go into a pawn endgame where she has the extra pawn. This pawn on the side is used as a distraction while she uses her king to go get those pawns on the other side of the board. This king is just going to take care of the rest of Black's pawns, and then a new queen will appear. And Alexei resigns the game. Bibisara is still with a hope to make it into the quarterfinal. She will need to win the next 3 bullet games to do so, but she's already proven that she's capable.
Yeah, she has. This is a difficult match for her. Obviously, she's facing the number 2 player of yesterday's event, and only one person performed better yesterday than Sarana, and his name is Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. So I think it's quite a performance, quite an achievement to finish second if Hikaru wins the tournament. But as we mentioned, Hikaru is not playing today because he already qualified to the overall Speed Chess Championship that will begin in November for a prize fund of $100,000.
And here we have a time scramble between Bortnik and Shaikh. However, Bortnik has already secured his quarterfinal spot because he has gotten 6 points to the Indian players 0. Just a complete crush there from the Ukrainian player. And right now, it seems as though Black has the advantage here with an extra pawn in the endgame. But sometimes when just rooks remain, having an extra pawn is not enough to win it. So Black still has the potential for a consolation point, and he's doing a great job of achieving that because he's just pushing his pawn forward on the side of the board. It looks as though that pawn is moving forward. However, putting his king in front of the pawn was not a good decision because now the king is blocking the pawn from becoming a new queen. And once that rook works its way over to allow the king to step away and let the pawn become a new queen, then unfortunately white has a pawn of their own on the opposite side of the board, and it looks as though the white pawn will become a new queen unless the black rook sacrifices itself. It's a draw in the end. At least he got on the scoreboard, but Bortnik, a deserved quarterfinalist, and he shows that even when it's not looking good, he has the abilities to fight his way back into the game.
That was an excellent performance by Bortnik, saving even that rook endgame. He has dominated this match and is qualifying indeed to the quarterfinals. Every single bullet game will still be finished. So we're going to see overall 5 bullet games in every match, even if the result is already decided. Hans has already qualified, Bortnik has already qualified, but they will play the remaining games of the bullet portion too.
And here we're joining Jose Martinez, who's about to secure his quarterfinal spot. He only needs half a point to get to the magical number 5. And he has a rook more than his opponent, Grandmaster Gusainov of Azerbaijan. And Gusainov resigns Martinez from Peru, the one of 2 Peruvian players here today. He makes it through to the next round.
We are getting more and more of our players confirmed for the quarterfinals, and there are only a very few matches that are undecided. If we take a look at the results, many of these matches have been dominated by one of the players, and the one that we see at the very bottom here on our list, Rudolf versus Dincher Dastogan, that was one of the closest matches, and yet the Dincher in that match too has made it to that magical number, the 5 points, and is qualifying to the quarterfinals. Do we still have any games left, Hammer?
Yeah, we're looking right now at Zubov versus Federico Ponzo. And Zubov needs a draw here to get to the quarterfinal.
Yes, this is a 3-point lead for Zubov, but indeed that half a point is still missing. It feels like for Paris Ponsa, it's almost a mission impossible, but if you take it step by step, if he could win this game and then try to win the next game, it is still possible. It's still possible, even if it's a very difficult situation, of course, for Paris Ponsa to be 3 points behind in this so important knockout format where only one of the players will continue the event. After knight to b3, I'm expecting that after the trade, there can be further trades as well. As you mentioned, for Zubov, even a draw basically is already, well, not basically, it's 100% guaranteed that he qualifies as soon as he makes it to 5 points. So he can simply focus on simplifying the position. He doesn't need to win this endgame.
But he's done a good job of it, getting his rook into white's camp. He's captured a pawn on the left-hand side, and he's looking good to capture another pawn on the next move. There's nothing Ponsa can do. He tries giving away a pawn, trying to get his bishop into the game, but that bishop isn't really doing much damage. Black remains up significantly on material. The only thing that could prevent Black from getting at least a draw here would be some sort of miracle.
A miracle is certainly needed for this match to still count for the quarterfinals, since Black is doing really well with that extra pawn. And even if Black doesn't win it but makes a draw, that still means that Alexander Zubov qualifies to the quarterfinals.
And here he just chooses to go back and forth, really showcasing that a draw would be good enough. And wow, a sacrifice. He gives away his rook for the bishop because he knows that he can then secure a new queen. The bishop blocks, making sure that the rook is unable to participate in the defensive help. Black will get a new queen on the next move, and therefore the Argentinian player resigns. And with that, Zubov makes it to 5 points. He's going to the quarterfinal.
Very well played match by Zubov. They will still finish the remaining bullet games, but I think we could move on to some of the other matches that are still somewhat counting for the quarterfinal. Shimanov has a 3-point lead, but still needs to make it to 5 points against Yugirov. I don't know if their game is currently underway. Hammer, Alex Shimanov against Sanan Sigurov.
Yeah, I don't have that on my screen, unfortunately.
Sure, we can go with another game in the meantime.
This is an interesting one. A lot of white pawns trying to make their way up the board. But the knight, oh wow, no, Bortnik wins on time. White only needed to capture the last remaining black pawn there to guarantee at least a draw, but he was busy trying to look for ways to win the game, and he was unsuccessful, and in spending so much time he also ends up losing because of the clock.
That was very unexpected, but the rest of the games are still underway. We have no moment to stop and analyze because these bullet games are coming one after the other. Bortnik here with the white pieces. He has dominated his match. He's on already 7.5 points, and he could make it to 8.5 if he wins this last game. B5 has just been played by New Barsha. A pawn sacrifice to speed up black's development here, and the bishop makes it to b7 while also defending the c6 knight. I like that after the trade, now we're going to get to see that even though the d5 is opening up, the e5 pawn becomes more vulnerable, and black will also try to bring the rooks to the central files. Everything good there, Hammer?
Yeah, no, white up a pawn, Bortnik with another good performance. This is going to be one of the most devastating scores in this entire tournament.
It has been just such a dominant performance by Bortnik. I wonder how he will perform in the quarterfinals, because so far his play is one of the most impressive for sure. He's in a great shape. So let's see how this game will continue now with the e5 pawn hanging. Multiple trades. Also, white will need to take back on g5 as well.
Oh, wow. That is just a blunder. He did not see that white queen getting ready to capture the knight. And that's it. That is resignation worthy. But he's going to keep on playing because at this point, you really need a bit more to make it look better on the scoreboard. However, with an extra bishop, we've seen Bortnik win unbelievable games even when he was in trouble. With the extra bishop, there's no doubt in my mind that he will see this through to victory.
Yeah, unfortunately for New Barsha, he is going to be eliminated after this game. The difference in points is the biggest out of all matches. Alexander Bortnik wins yet another game and eliminates his opponent 8.5 half. I have no words for that performance. Only the draw was dropped in a rook endgame where Bortnik was losing. Zubov here with the white pieces has just placed the rook on c1 to attack the c5 pawn with yet another piece. Rook c2 to guard the a2 pawn. He's very patient because he also doesn't want to drop any of his pawns while keeping the pressure on the c5 pawn. Now pushing all the way up to h4, the king side pawn, meaning that he's gaining some space further on the king side. And we reach a rook endgame. It was a very exciting middle game, but suddenly it's simplified to a position where white is still ahead because of the activity of the pieces. King to d5, attacking the c5 pawn.
Yeah, the rook endgame is always favorable for the one who manages to get their rook in behind their pawn, because that means the rook is helping the pawn move forward. However, here, after both players are about to get a new queen, it's the black king that's closer to the white pawn. So this pawn just needs to start running away. But the pawn tries to run away, and then the king tries to make it into the corner. But notice how black's king is making sure that there's no way for the white king to kind of stop the pawn from moving forward. That was a very nice endgame technique from Cengiz. Khan potentially, and he gets a consolation point there in his match against Zubov.
He does get a consolation point. Let's take a look at how the matches have gone, since we have seen many of them already decided. Alexei Sarana wins his match against Bibisara 6.5 to 2.5. Alexander Bortnik has been the hero today of the round of 16, scoring 8.5 out of the possible 9 points. There still will be a few more bullet games between Zubov and Ponsa, but Yakuboyev has won his match already 7-2 against De Silva. Hans Niemann has also qualified to the quarterfinals against Renato Terry, as well as Jose Martinez, Alex Shimanov, and Dincertas Dogan. We're going to take a short break before we continue with the rest of the event, but a huge reminder what's at stake. This is the knockout format that will decide who is the last player standing, and that last player standing will qualify to the overall Speed Chess Championship with the defending champion Hikaru Nakamura already obviously confirmed for the field. So those of you asking, where is Hikaru? He already qualified. We're going to see who is going to be a potential opponent of Hikaru, but that player needs to win today's event first. We'll be back in a moment after a short break. Welcome back, everyone. Before we continue with our quarterfinals, let me remind you that on October the 27th, the Blitzcoin Invitational will start with Grandmaster Naroditsky as the leader of the group of 16 elite American players under the age of 25 fighting for the price of a Bitcoin. You would think, oh, just one Bitcoin. Well, look up the rate. How much is one Bitcoin? It's a lot at stake, and they will begin the action on October the 27th as part of the Blitzcoin Invitational sponsored by the Charlotte Chess Center. Make sure to tune in to this brand new event hosted by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. As for our event, Hammer, we have the Speeches Super Swiss Knockout now in the quarterfinals. How do you see the players so far, and who are the players that have impressed you the most that qualified out of the round of 16?
Well, Bortnik's 8.5 smashing must be up there. But right now, that's actually the most interesting or most difficult to predict quarterfinal, because he will be going up against Alexei Sarana, who was the #1 seed going into these knockouts. That's going to be a really difficult match for both players.
It's going to be very difficult, and I think that will be the match we will first focus on in a format that is now slightly different. We are adding more and more games as we approach the semifinals and finals. We start with the 2 games of 5+1, but then it's going to be 3 games of 3+1, and in the end, 6 bullet games, overall 11 games in every single match. This is going to be a thriller, especially since we have Sarana facing the very well performing, so far in top shape, Bortnik.
And I don't know who we're going to see come out victorious between those two guys. I think that was a potential final we have between those two guys, and having it already in the quarterfinal will be a treat, as one of them is going home sooner than what they were hoping for. And here we have it, Sarana starting with the queen pawn opening.
I fully agree with you, Hammer, that this could have been a final. And let me correct myself from earlier about the Bitcoin Invitational, because I keep forgetting that Danya is still only 25. I was like, no, that guy cannot be playing in the field. He's too old. Well, he's still 25, and he is one of the players, not the host of the Bitcoin Invitational. Well, I'll be rooting for Danya now that I know that he's so young. How does he do it? He has been around forever. Anyway, Sarana versus Bortnik.
Yeah, it's an interesting position already because the queens have been exchanged early on. And Sarana being very aggressive with his pawns as well, putting pressure in towards Black's center, using both his pawn and his knight, trying to force Black into making a trade between these 2 pawns, because then he will be able to get his bishop out in a good position.
Now, after knight to d7, Black is holding on to that e5 pawn, but it also means that that knight jump is blocking the development of the c8 bishop. There will need to be a different way of developing that bishop, maybe to the long diagonal, or the knight has to move again to free the diagonal for the bishop.
And speaking of knight moves, Sarana jumping forward in the middle. This knight was putting pressure towards the pawn on c7. So Bortnik immediately moves his bishop back to give that pawn extra protection. It's also worth noting that Bortnik, in the opening of this game, when the queens were traded, he moved his king back and forth. So that means even though the king is in its starting position, it has already moved. And as such, it is not allowed to make castling when your king already has moved. So Bortnik also will have a problem dealing with how to get his rook into the game when the standard method of castling is not available to him.
Very important. And in online chess, you can't even do it accidentally. In over the board tournaments, sometimes it happens that one player or the other or both forget that the king has moved. They go back to e1 or e8 and they get to castle later. Sometimes it happens, even if it's accidental, but not in online chess. In online chess, those illegal moves and illegal castling cannot even be executed.
And Bortnik does seem to try and improve his position here. I like the fact that first he just solidified the pawn on e5. We saw white trying to attack that black pawn with his pieces, but now Bortnik responds by putting all of his pieces to defend that pawn. And after that, he came up with his knight, eliminated one of white's bishops, and also now sitting pretty with the bishop pair, trying to force white into retreating the active knight. I'm liking Bortnik's position more and more every move he makes.
I like it now too, with the pair of bishops finally also developing the light squared bishop. And even though he cannot castle, it's not the situation where the black king would be in immediate danger in the middle of the board. So he has the time to sometimes maybe even move the king one square up to connect the rooks.
That's always something you want to do. The last step of development, getting those rooks connected.
Let's see if he will go for it. The downside, obviously, that on e7 the king would be more vulnerable. The knight could maybe go back to d5. There could be a trade on e5 or trying to expose the king one way or the other. So he plays instead knight to b4, targeting the d3 backward pawn of white.
And I think he's intending to move his pawn forward to c5 if given the option. I think this knight move forward is actually its main intention is to open up for the pawn to step forward. So if Savrana now just moves his rook to protect the pawn, then I suspect we will see the pawn moving forward. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, how do you defend this pawn? Because if you use the rook, the knight can come in with a double attack on the rook and on the bishop. Whereas if you use the other rook to defend, then you leave the pawn on the side of the board unprotected. So I was wrong. It's not about moving this pawn up. It's about the pawn on d3 being very difficult to protect.
What do you think Sarana can do to make up for the situation that he is going to lose that pawn, or he has to play knight e1, which is not a pretty move?
Yeah, he's actually chosen to move the knight back. The rook comes in towards the middle, wants to have more threats down here, but white uses the pawn to chase the knight away. The knight steps back, and then white gets his knight in a better position as well. And as we move forward, we catch up with the game. The white rook, once again, having to take a defensive position. The pawn on d3 has been the target for Bortnik repeatedly over these last couple of moves. And it's clear black is in the driving seat right now.
And with bishops, it can happen that you have your bishops placed on the back rank, and yet because they are long-range pieces, they are just as effective on the diagonals from g8 and f8. You don't necessarily need to place them in the middle of the board. Obviously, later, black will try to activate the bishops even further, but for now, that bishop on g8 is guarding the h7 pawn, and at the same time, it's looking at the entire a2 g8 diagonal.
And with the pawn moving forward, that means the bishop no longer has to give protection to the pawn. And that also was the sign for Bortnik to move the bishop up into an attacking position. The bishop pointed down towards the white rook, which was forced to move. And look at black just moving the pawns up on both sides of the board. He doesn't even have to wonder, am I going to attack on the left side? Am I going to attack on the right side? He's just saying both is good.
Both I like, and with the pair of bishops, this is a promising position. Hammer, you and me really like the bishops, and this is one of those positions when the bishops are getting more and more powerful now after b4 and opening up the position further.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think Sarana is doing a great job making exchanges between the pawns, because the fewer pawns remain on the board, the better chances you have of making a draw. And this pawn on h6 is in big trouble, can be captured by a white bishop right now. But actually, there's a clever idea here from Bortnik that if the pawn is captured, we just continue forward on the other side of the board, and this pawn will just continue until it becomes a new queen. The white pawn is not in a position to capture its black counterpart, because then the bishop can capture white's knight. So moving back to the game, Sarana has a big problem now, just dealing with that pawn on the side of the board, moving forward, and exploiting the vulnerabilities created by the black bishop.
It's a very instructive plan and so difficult to get out of it. I was going to add to it that because the knight is pinned, now the rook has to move out, but that is the rook that was guarding the d3 pawn. All of white's pieces were just basically hanging in there, but now that you have had to move away, the pawn can be taken and the c3 knight is still under attack.
So in a situation where it looked as though white was ready to become a pawn up, it turns out that for some tricky reasons, it was black who managed to win a pawn. However, there's not a lot of pawns remaining on the board, so it's not a guaranteed win for Sarana just yet. No, for Bortnik just yet, as Sarana keeps putting pressure on the black pawns, trying to eliminate all of them. Because if only rooks and maybe a black bishop remains on the board, it's a draw, even though one player is up a full piece. And there is some trickery going on right now with Bortnik winning a bishop, but then on the other hand, the black knight has nowhere to escape. Is Sarana saving this game?
It feels like that. At least Bortnik was shaking his head, and that is a sign of a miscalculation or blunder from his end too. He has been playing so well today, but it feels like this game has slipped out of his hands. You already mentioned that because there were very few pawns on the board, the chances for winning it weren't as high as the valuation bar was showing. And now with only a pawn up in a rook endgame, white should be holding this game.
When all the pawns are on the same side of the board, it's almost impossible to win, even if you have an extra one, because the opponent can just concentrate all their defensive efforts in that same area. And right now, Sarana is basically making himself a box that he's going to be controlling with his rook and with his pawns. And look at this. He's just moving back and forth. He knows that there's no way for black to make progress.
Now with rook to g8, he's also threatening rook b8 check. If he has to, after a pawn push like a3, that would be one of the chances. Pawn to a3 or c3 with the second rank pin. And that's why he's now giving the check from the b file, and he can move up his king finally out of the pin.
And there's no making progress here for Bortnik. He's also low on time. He's under 10 seconds on the clock. At some point, you just got to realize, well, my opponent has been playing very well. There's no way he's going to mess up this. I'm low on time. It might be better to just go for the draw. And that is what Bortnik does in the end. We're moving on because we have a very exciting time scramble between Shimanov. Well, it's not that exciting because Shimanov
exciting. No, he's now winning, but you're right that it was an important win for Shimanov. Good start for the American Grandmaster. Any other game that we can catch? The Zubov-Yakubayev game has just finished too.
Yeah, everyone has finished their first game, and this time scramble was going to be the last one. But Dincer from Turkey, he lost on time. So that decided that scramble. And we're moving on to the next game. I think we're going to be looking at Jose Martinez playing against Hans Niemann. And Hans has won the first game, gotten a great start to this quarterfinal. Here we have him being up pawn. I honestly need to count the pawns, but I'm pretty sure black has one more than his opponent. In addition, black is sitting pretty with the bishop pair. The only disadvantage is that the black king has no pawns sheltering it, helping out in front. And so that is what Martinez will have to exploit if he wants to win this game and tie the match.
I like this position a lot for Hans because of the extra material, and it feels like there isn't enough compensation. But as you mentioned, Jose will certainly try. These are two of the players that have a lot of fans following here the broadcast. You guys have been asking for this game. So this is Hans Niemann versus Jose Martinez, both of them streamers and very strong grandmasters that tried to get that one qualification spot. A reminder that this is a knockout format. We are in the quarterfinals, but only one of the remaining 16 players can qualify to the overall Speed Chess Championship.
And in the meantime, Hans has won an additional pawn, but both kings now looking very unsafe, in my opinion. You got to be careful with this situation. And in fact, it's black now who is the first to try and have an attack on the opponent's king. It turns out that having no pawns to protect was the norm for this game. And so Hans is up 2 pawns in addition to having the most promising attack.
It's a very promising attack now with the queen coming even closer, threatening queen to f3 check. Also, rook to f3 is on the cards. I wonder if Jose will find a way to try to defend, but even an endgame with the 2 pawns down isn't very promising for white here if he survives the attack.
Hans just getting his knight further into the game. That's a very calm move from him. I would have been a bit concerned about this white rook pointing down towards both black's queen and king. But he has seen that if the rook moves over, the queen can just move away and the knight will come forward next move with a check on the white king. I do think that's Hans's intention. We're about to find out because the move rook g1 is on the board. It has been played by Martinez. And Hans now needs to figure out how to deal with the potential trouble for the king and queen. He starts out by going with the knight in a different direction than the one I was expecting. The knight attacking white's queen, the white queen just moving up the board, trying to cause trouble for the black king. But Hans is such a cool cucumber. He moves his rook up, knowing that if the bishop moves, the queen cannot escape this attack on the king and queen, finding themselves on the same file. But that will be met with the rook giving checkmate. And there's no defense to that. Hans is about to take his second victory in a row.
This is a beautiful tactical pattern that he doesn't need to prevent the loss of the queen because obviously checkmate comes first. I think Jose it might be considering resignation here because the g3 bishop, sadly for him, is under the attack of 3 black pieces.
Jose tries to get even more pieces involved in the vicinity of black's king. However, that does nothing to protect the bishop, and Hans captures the bishop and gets the resignation. He's up 2-0.
This is a tough start for Jose, but remember there are multiple time controls in every single match, 11 games in total, so anything can still happen. All of you Jose fans out there, don't give up on hope because there will be plenty of action in that match still. We see the other matches are a 1-point lead for one player or even the draw we saw between Saran and Bortnik. I'm curious how the second game between them will be now after the bishop has dropped back to e2.
Yeah, white sitting pretty, having both the bishop pair and an extra pawn. Bortnik looks great to win this game. But on
We
the
can't
other
even
hand,
see him on the camera, but it's looking great, the position. I agree with the extra pawn and the pair of bishops. He did have more material in the previous game, and Sarana managed to hold. So let's see if he can do it again. Can he escape?
Sarana also way down on time. 1.5 minutes behind on the clock. Honestly, I cannot see a single thing about his position that's worth being positive about. I guess the queen of positivity will be our only choice to find something good about Black's situation.
I was hoping if I look at the clock, I can point at something good about Sarana's position, but he's down even on the clock. So that's sad news. At the same time, knights are tricky pieces. I think that's the one thing I can find here, that maybe there will be knight forks.
Yeah, but unfortunately, in Knight Forks is a double attack. But that is precisely what Bortnik has managed to create here as well. He managed to create a situation where Black couldn't avoid two pieces being attacked at the same time. So now White has two bishops and a pawn in exchange for a rook. And that is just an increasing advantage for Bortnik. And it looks as though he's going to be the one taking the lead in this match of heavyweights.
Indeed, and just a reminder on the minor pieces versus rook, that normally it would be a rook and a pawn fighting two minor pieces. That's roughly the same material. Here, this is basically as if it was two pawns up for white, and the queenside pawns I think will fall on the long run. For now, white is simply fixing those pawns. He can also push on the king side. There are so many ways in which white can make progress here. And for black, this is a very sad situation, a very sad endgame to defend. Rook to c4, but there are so many ways in which white can attack the black pawns, and we can't say the same about black's rook trying to attack white's pawns.
The white king is going to be involved as well. It's just looking very good here for Bortnik. Getting the king up, then starting to move the pawns. Actually, capturing this one, I like. Because then this f pawn would just have a high, straight road to becoming a new queen.
With the king already in the center, now regrouping the minor pieces so that the knight can jump to d5 to attack the rook and the pawn. This is looking like a very, very close to capturing the g6 pawn and the rest of the black pawns. Promising endgames, to say the least, for Bortnik. Decisive advantage.
Yeah, and now look at how he captures the pawn and defends his own pawn in the process. Sarana had seen enough. He resigns the game. Bortnik takes the lead in this heavyweight battle.
This is a match that we mentioned could also have been a final if it wasn't for the bracket making these two play each other in the quarterfinals. Sarana and Bortnik, two of the favorites for the overall win, but only one of them can qualify to the semis. And so far, Bortnik has been the one that has the upper hand in these first two games.
And we're joining here the game between Shimanov and Dincer Tazdogan from Turkey. And Tazdogan, he is up a pawn, and that is not any pawn either. That is some very dangerous pawns trying to make their way over, becoming new queens. And even though Shimanov here does have the option to capture a white pawn on the opposite side of the board, that will just hurry his demise, as white is just way further ahead in his quest to get a new queen. Even so, Shimanov actually goes for the trade. Does he have an idea how to stop this pawn from becoming a new queen?
It looks unstoppable to me, and the evaluation bar, I think, agrees with us too. But let's see what is his attempt. He's bringing the rook to e1. And after rook d5, white is threatening rook e5, cutting that rook away from guarding against the promotion of the e-pawn. This is sadly for Shimanov a lost endgame.
And that means we're going to see an equalizing game here from Dinser, which will make this potentially the most exciting match for this quarterfinal round. However, it's not over yet. I think that was a clever pawn sacrifice from Shimanov, requiring some accuracy for white, how to deal with the threat from the king and the rook on white's pawn. But he's dealt with it beautifully, because now if the rook captures the pawn, the white rook will give a check, force the king back, and then the rook will be captured afterwards. That was the right way to defend against that threat. And instead, Shimanov tries something else, but there's no stopping the white pawn in the long run. Dinser takes the win. And with that, all the games in this 5-minute portion has been completed.
That means that we are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because this is only the start of the quarterfinals. All of these players will play 11 games in total. We are going to cut the time control down to shorter and shorter formats. The next one is 3+1 and then even bullet at the very end. Only half of these players will make it to the semis. Stay with us to know who are they going to be and who do you think is a favorite. We're going to come back with the answer of Hammer after the break, because I need to know who's the favorite in your eyes. Short break, and then we are back with the rest of the quarterfinals. Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Super Swiss. This is already the knockout format. We have 16 players left in the quarterfinals, and we are moving on to the 3-minute plus 1 second portion, where we're gonna feature 3 games in each match. Hammer, how do you see the matches so far? Let's take a look at the results.
Yeah, and I would say for me, Bortnik looking incredibly good in his match. Not only did he take the lead, he was also looking very good in that game that ended in a draw as well. Niemann taking the 2-0 lead, also looking impressive, while the matches between Zubov and Yakuboyev and the match between Shimanov and Tazdogin, those are looking very close, tied at 1-1 so far.
Very close indeed. I also am very impressed with Bortnik so far. I feel like today, out of all the games we have seen, his performance has been the most dominant. But this event is not easy to win, and only one player can stand at the very end, and that one player will qualify to the overall Speed Chess Championship with the defending champion Hikaru Nakamura already confirmed for the field, as well as Fabiano Caruana and the rest of the Super Grandmasters for the prize fund of $100,000. That is what's at stake here today, that qualification spot. On that note, Hammer, we are about to start the 3+1 segment. We are increasing the number of games as we are approaching the semis and the finals. So now we're going to have 3 games of 3+1 and then even more games of bullet chess. Every single match features the same time control as the Speed Chess Championship will be starting in November.
And the question is, will Bortnik be able to keep up his good play when the time gets lower? Spoiler alert, I think he will be able to do so, because not only is he a fantastic blitz player, he's also the player, one of the highest rated bullet players on Chess.com.
I agree. Bortnik has been really impressive in many of the Chess.com events. He's a regular of the Chess.com events. But Sarana here is one of the highest rated when it comes to FIDE classical ratings. Will that matter? Will it matter that Sarana in classical chess and over-the-board chess would be the favorite? It might not matter that much when it comes to Chess.com experience and online chess. I feel like since we have called this match a match that could have been the finals too, Sarana will still have his chances. Obviously, he's one of the highest rated players himself in this field.
Here we have the game. Bortnik playing with the black pieces here. He's got some nice looking bishops right out of the gate. The bishop on g7 in particular, having no enemies blocking its path as it controls down the board. I would go as far as to say I already prefer Bortnik's position at this point because White has tried to use the same strategy with a bishop pointing down. But the problem is the white bishop is being blocked by the black bishop, and there will be a trade here if the white knight chooses to move. Already a great opening for Bortnik.
Yeah, a great opening, and with the offer of the queen trade, as you pointed out, I'm loving those bishops. I like to see when this fianchetto bishop is in full power and the other bishop is helping this fianchetto bishop because the rook cannot move to b1 and guard the pawn. Knight to g5 was the choice of Sarana. And after a trade, let's see what Bortnik will continue with. He just takes the pawn on b2. He says, free stuff.
Yeah, he takes the pawn, but the rook afterwards, putting pressure on the bishop has to move. And when it moves, the pawn on b6 will be vulnerable. So Sarana here basically saying, I don't mind that you took my pawn, because I'm going to take your pawn, and then I have them lined up one after another to be captured and taken off the board. Bortnik on his hand, he's going to be trying to get his knight into the c5 square, opening up for his rook along the side of the board, capturing the white pawn there. And we're getting a massive amount of trades. And who does this favor? I'm not even sure. The black rook is attacking the white pawn, but the white rook is attacking the black pawn. I'm not really sure what's going on here, but Bortnik seems to have the complications under control. He chooses to use his rook to defend the knight that was under attack from white's knight. For the moment, Bortnik is able to protect everything. Ooh, that was a good move. Look at how the rook protects in both directions, making sure that all black's pawns are safe. He has secured an equal position. And I think Savrana, in desperate need of wins, he's not going to get it this time.
This is already a very drawish position that I think Bortnik will hold. Before we continue with the analysis, a quick reminder about the prices of today's event. These players already have been paid for yesterday's event, but today they can double the prices, especially when it comes to the first place, because the first player of today's event not only wins the $4,000, very impressive first prize, but will also qualify to the overall Speed Chess Championship that has a prize fund of $100,000. That is the main prize here today, the qualification spot. And that's what Bortnik and Sarana are here to try to get. I think you are right that Sarana will try, obviously, as much as he can. But this rook endgame, is it going anywhere, or will Bortnik be comfortable here with the black pieces?
Honestly, I'm starting to think maybe Bortnik is going for the win, because white now has a pawn on the side of the board that's standing all by its own. It's a so-called isolated pawn. And I think if anyone can win this game, it's black trying to take advantage of the pawn on the side, not being participating.
Mm-hmm. Now after queen to d7, the rooks are connected for black. Oh, we are going to the game of Shimanov against Tazdog. And there are so many games to follow. Apologies if we jump. Everything is happening at the same time.
Shimanov is winning his first game in the 3-minute section. He has a rook in exchange for a bishop. In addition, Tinzer is in trouble on time, and he is about to be checkmated. What a sacrifice there for Shimanov, opening up for his rook to get that checkmate. Very nice play from him. And as we just caught Shimanov's victory there, we're going to move back to our top matchup. Two pre-tournament favorites facing each other already in the quarterfinal. And Savrana is the person who needs to work on making a draw in this endgame.
And that's sad news for Sarana. He's the one who is on a 1-point disadvantage in this match after the trade of a pair of rooks. Now the rook from b4 is supporting the b pawn, which is a pass pawn for Bortnik. We see further trades, the h pawn being traded for the g pawn.
Yeah, and I'm actually noticing now that Alexander Bortnik previously in this game declined a draw. So clearly he believed that he could get a full point out of this. But in the current situation, this is a better position for white. I think Bortnik now is the one who has to be careful, because even though he has a pawn that's only 1 square away from becoming a queen, he now finds himself in the troublesome situation that the rook cannot move without losing the pawn, but at the same time, the pawn cannot move without losing, without the rook moving first. So Bortnik feels forced to give away this pawn on the right-hand side. And we have a situation where white has 2 pawns against the 1 pawn for black. This should be a draw with optimal play, but in blitz chess, it's so difficult to play the best moves all the time, especially considering the time situation. Bortnik is down to just 10 seconds.
And there's only a 1 second increment. A reminder on the time control that these are the 3+1 games, 3 minutes with a 1 second increment. I think Serena does have practical chances here to win, even if, as Hammer mentioned, this should be a draw, the 2 versus 1 rook endgame.
And I think this is actually a really difficult position for Bortnik. I think he should be very happy if he manages to make the draw here. The white pawns are moving forward. Now a potential for a check. The check can come and try to force the black king back. Serrano chooses to move his rook back and forth. It's because Serrano wants to gain more time on the clock to figure out what to do next. And he comes up with the optimal plan. The pawn moves forward, but there he goes for the exchange of rooks. He manages to get that situation where the rook is ready. Oh, it's a stalemate trap from Bortnik.
Wow.
Bortnik wants to provoke this rook g7 move because then the black king would have nowhere to go. I feel like Serrano made this more difficult for himself than it needed to be, but the offer of rook exchange has allowed the white king to move forward. Despite that, he chooses not to go for it.
Now Serrano has less time. Bortnik is still with a chance, and e6, a pawn break. But is this the right moment for the pawn break?
Yeah, it's going to give him the win. The pawn moves forward. If the pawn had been captured, it would have allowed the white pawn to step on. And that is a big game for Serrano, who equalizes the match now. It's
Bortnik
1.5.
is laughing. He cannot believe in the end that he messed it up, because obviously he was doing fine in the rook end game and suddenly he lost it. I think even after the pawn break, after e6, there must have been a rook move that could have still caught the pawn because the evaluation bar jumped back to equal. But with no time on the clock, you cannot always find those moves.
And we're moving on because we want to catch some of the time scramble action. And there's a big question here whether there will be a time scramble at all, because Alexander Zhimanov, he has moved his rook up, and there's no way for white to defend the pawn on b3. And then next move, he's going to be moving his rook or his bishop down to support the black pawn, which is just one step away from becoming a new queen. It looks as though Shimanov is really showing his superiority in this 3-minute section. After the 5-minute games, it was tied at 1-1. But in the 3 minutes, Shimanov has been very, very good.
Very true. The question will be, will he continue this way in the bullet? Does it favor him that the less time, the better chances? Because we will have 6 games of bullet chess in the quarterfinals, meaning that even if the players lose the blitz part of the match, you can still make up for it with the bullet games.
And look at these black knights. They just keep jumping up the board into very threatening positions. And now the rook and knight work together against the pawn on c3. There's no way for white to keep that pawn defended. But once that pawn is eliminated, so is the defense that pawn offered to the rest of the white pawns. So this is what we call an anchor pawn that was kind of helping the rest of the pawns up the board. And once an anchor pawn is eliminated, the rest of the pawns are in dire straits, with the pawn on b4 being threatened by the bishop, and the pawn on d4 being threatened by the knight. Here the knight comes in, threatens the rook. If the rook moves, the protection of the knight is lost, and Shimanov takes a second win in a row. Well done to him.
It's a 2-point lead now for Shimano. They will now play the final 3+1 game. But remember, there also will be a bullet portion in every single match. We now move on to Nodirbek Yakuboyev's game against Alexander Zubov, where it is Yakuboyev who has a 1-point lead.
And in this game, it's Zubov who has the 1-pawn lead. However, even though the Ukrainian is up a pawn, he has some trouble towards the king side, the potential attacking chances for the Uzbeki youngster. However, now we've seen some captures, and the computer is saying that the position is approximately equal. It's completely tied between the white and the black on the left-hand side of our board. But I would say this position is anything but equal because there are some clear imbalances.
Certainly, I wouldn't feel equal about this, not like the evaluation bar, but possibly this b3 pawn will fall, and that will mean that the material will be equal now that white's queen and knight are also attacking that pawn. Zubov says, no worries, I'm going to place my queen on g5, and there might be a potential attack against the white king.
And in order to execute that attack, I would probably want to move my knights further forward. Zubov, less than 30 seconds, but Yakuboyev, less than 10 seconds. This is going to be a massive time scramble to decide the game.
A queen trade means that now the king is safer. Also, the bishop is traded for the knight on g6, simplification of the position. Doubling rooks to attack further the b2 pawn, but the a6 pawn is also hanging. It seems like a very balanced endgame where there could be a potential move repetition if the knight goes back and forth. Nodirbek says, no, I want to continue playing on even if I only have 4 seconds left.
Yeah, and I would say Zubov should have excellent chances to win this. His opponent is almost out of time. In addition, the knight on d5 is such a strong piece where it's protected by a pawn. Likewise, white also has a nice knight protected by a pawn. It's just that that pawn is Zubov is trying to eliminate it. And as such, it was favorable for white here to make some trades, getting less pawns on the board, having to deal with. However, Zubov is one tricky guy, and he's trying to create some kind of checkmating attack despite the queens having been exchanged off the board. And it looks as though his checkmating attack will fail as white starts capturing more and more pawns. Will we see white making a big comeback here despite having such a precarious time situation?
It looks like maybe Zubov has risked a bit too much and has also dropped the knight, but rook and knight versus rook is a draw, but you still need to defend. So this is a theoretical draw, but black has to defend precisely to not get checkmated or step into a knight fork.
Yeah, and with the king stuck on the side of the board, this is the most difficult of these situations because the king can be trapped in the corner. And with both players less than 10 seconds on the clock, it's so easy to make that decisive mistake.
I'm curious if this game will lead to a decisive result because obviously you have the 50 move rule. So white can and is now winning, right? I hope.
Yes,
I think.
A brilliant checkmate.
Oh
a brilliant
my God,
checkmate.
That was beautiful.
I could see the evaluation bar making a big leap in white's favor, but I still couldn't figure out how is it white is going to win this.
Exactly. Let's show the last few moves. It happened so quickly, this pattern on how the black king is forced onto all the squares where you don't want to go. If we replay the last few moves hammer, just to show to our viewers how this checkmate happened.
The knight came in, gave a check. If the king moves up, it's checkmate with support from white's king. Therefore, the king had to try and hide in the corner. The knight gives a check again. Now, if you move up, once again, there's a checkmate with the help of the knight, but the king tries to run away towards the left-hand side. But this very important square for the knight, this is the only square for the knight that was good enough to win this game. It gives a check, but more importantly, it prevents the king from running away because the rook would then be able to give checkmate. And instead, the king tried to go to the side of the board in the opposite direction. But this time, the king got help from the knight to keep the opponent trapped on the side. And that's going to be frustrating for Zubo, because I believe when he got into that rook and knight versus rook situation, he believed that he had saved himself. But it was
he
not
must
the
have
case.
he must have thought that, and it is a theoretical draw, but with only a few seconds on the clock, he didn't play it precisely, and that was a very rare and beautiful pattern in the end, that checkmate pattern that is now a 2-point lead for Yakuboyev.
And we're going to step into the most heavyweight match of this quarterfinal. And Sarana, I notice on the scores, has taken another win, which means that he went from being down 1.5 to 1/2 after the 5-minute section. He won that completely equal rook end game in the first 5-minute game. He then proceeds to win the second one as well. And here with the white pieces, he can win 3 times in a row, really showcasing that we were wrong to count him out after that first 5-minute section. Bortnik has been fantastic so far, but Sarana is here to give him a run for his money.
This is just incredible how he has won 2 games in a row and is now trying to win a third one as well against the player that performed 8.5 points out of 9 in the round of 16. I still think this match is very close. Either of these could make it, because we're going to have, after this final blitz game, 6 games of bullet chess. Is Bortnik or Sarana the favorite in bullet?
I don't really know. I think it's going to be super close, as it has been basically for every time control between these two. I think having a lead going into the bullet portion is going to be huge. So Sarana would be very happy with a draw here. He would be even happier with a win, of course. But just having that lead moving forward would be big news for him. And actually, he might extend his lead now, because the knight is threatening the pawn on g6. And if black chooses to move the queen over to defend that pawn, white can move his pawn up, attacking the knight, and the knight has nowhere to go. That knight is trapped. Bortnik now facing a very difficult choice: how to rescue his knight without giving up a very important defender of his king. I don't think there's any way of making it happen. I think Bortnik will lose his pawn, and with that, he also loses the most important protection of his king.
Yeah, even saving that knight is not an easy task. He either needs to move the f6 knight away, or push the h pawn, or take on d4 to get a square, one square possible for the knight. He chooses pawn to g5 because that's attacking the h4 knight, but it gives up the f5 square, and that's a painful one to give up.
Yeah, but at least he's not going to be down a pawn. So Bortnik understood that, okay, I have to move away my knight, so my other knight manages to get back into defense, but he decides to move his own pawn forward first, so as not to lose a pawn in the process. However, this has given white some excellent placements for the knights. Those squares were previously covered by black's pawn, but no more, as black has been forced to move forward.
Very tough position for Bortnik to defend, but he is still hanging in there. He brought the queen closer and is now trying to find more protection around the black king and those vulnerable squares that the knights are exploiting. He takes on c4. That's a tough decision to make because the bishop too can take on c4. He might be counting on d5 because he has to block the diagonal. Cannot give up the queen or the rook on e6.
And that's what's going to happen. It's on the board. Bishop takes back, threatening against the queen and king. It must be stopped. The only blockading move was pushing the pawn forward. But have we seen a trend here where Sarana is welcoming black? Oh, please do move forward with your pawns, because he has a plan to kind of infiltrate in behind the pawns afterwards, something we've seen illustrated by this knight coming into f5, now being impossible to chase away because the black pawns have proceeded too far ahead. And as is the major problem with the pawns, they do not move backwards. So once you step forward, there's no taking it back.
That's a very huge downside indeed of the pawns. And that means that this square on f5 is forever there for the white knight, while it now has just captured on e5. That means that this is officially to material advantage for white, not just positional advantage.
I think Sarana is going to win this. I think he's going to sweep the 3-minute section. 3 straight wins in a game that, I remind you, started out with Bortnik trying to win with the black pieces. He declined a draw offer in the first 3-minute game, and he's going to live to regret that as he's getting just completely crushed by Sarana afterwards.
And all his chances will be in the bullet portion. But as you said, Hammer going into the bullet with a 2-point lead for Sarana, that's not going to be easy to make up for. There are 6 games in bullet. So mathematically, everything is possible. And Bortnik is an extremely strong bullet player. But his opponent is not an easy one to handle with that 2-point advantage. Alexei Sarna is the other favorite in this event. This could have been a final, but they're facing each other in the quarterfinals.
And look at this sacrifice. The pawn moves forward so that we open up for the queen and bishop to work in tandem down the long diagonal. And Bortnik has to give up his knight. The knight can be captured by the queen. Bortnik down a pawn. He's also down a knight. And Sarana is going to take this. Wow, Sarana now even winning another pawn. Bortnik not resigning, realizing that if he's going to survive this matchup, he needs points here, and no one has ever gotten points from resigning.
Certainly, very good call. You should not resign if you want the point, but can he find any trickery here with the piece down?
I don't think so.
It sometimes is also just about accepting the defeat, and you play a couple of moves to then resign once you are calmer. They will not have much time until the bullet portion begins. So that's another strategy to play this on a little more, get ready mentally for the bullet games.
That's a really good call. And I have previously criticized players for not utilizing this strategy. So if anything, that is just smart and proper play by Bortnik, trying to reset, trying to make sure that he's ready for the bullet. He's thinking about the bullet portion right now, while Sarana is still playing in the 3-minute section.
Very true, very true. So why the result of this game is known to both players. Bortnik gets checkmated, but possibly is now more ready for the bullet. They will have a few minute break before the bullet portion begins, but I think he's certainly not as upset as he would have been if he had resigned 10 or 15 moves ago.
But 3-0 sweep by Sarana. What a performance by the Russian. We were highlighting the Bortnik as being one of the people who had impressed us the most. And there Sarana goes and sweeps him in 3 games. Amazing performance. And we're moving on with the 1-minute section. And here it is Shimanov having the lead in the match, 3-2 against Dincer Tazdogan from Turkey. The position on the board, a difficult one because there's so many pieces still left. There hasn't been any clarification And finally, we see the pawns as being put up against each other. We'll see what happens after some pawn exchanges.
Indeed, and a quick reminder on the format that these are indeed already the bullet games. We're going to see 6 games of bullet chess in each and every of these matches, meaning that anything can still happen. None of the matches are decided, and the player that reaches first 6 points, correct me if I'm wrong, Hammer, out of 11 games, once you score 6 points, you are qualifying to the semifinals.
That math checks out.
Thank you. I'm not very good at numbers. I needed that confirmation there. So the magical 6 points, we are looking at Hans is the closest so far to getting to 6 points.
And Shimanov can get himself closer as well. I kind of liked his rooks pointing down on this pawn on c3, but Shimanov goes in a completely different direction with his rooks. I think he wants to go down on the left side of the board, and now he's attacking the pawn in the middle, using both his bishop and his knight threatening there. What I've noticed in this matchup is that both players really prioritize making quick moves. They're not wanting to be reliant on that 1 extra second of increments. They're just here to play quick moves in every situation.
Yeah, the 1 second increment is good to have, better than nothing, but certainly it doesn't give you any time to think. And now after the trade on e5, this knight is looking very, very nicely positioned and strong on the e5 square. The queen comes to g4. Let's see where that rook will go after bishop to e3, attacking both the rook and the pawn.
Yeah, and the pawn is lost, but the position around both players' kings is still very problematic. Here, Shimanov temporarily won a piece, but the white queen was able to recapture that guy afterwards. There's a situation here with the pawn on c3 being able to be captured, and he blunders the bishop. Shimanov wanted, he had the option of trading queens, and he said, no, I don't want to trade queens. But in doing so, he left the protection. Oh no, and there's a counter blunder, and the counter blunder
is going up and down like crazy.
Oh my gosh, Shimanov got the chance there to win the game despite being down a rook, but he didn't take the opportunity. And Dinser, he gets the trade of queens, and with that, he secures himself the victory. And now we're going to be joining Bortnik to see if he can strike back after Serrana has won 3 games in a row. But frankly, it's not looking good for Bortnik because Serrana has a lot of pawns in exchange for a bishop. This black pawn on the right-hand side is looking very dangerous. I would like to see the black king just moving forward, trying to help that pawn become a new queen. Serrana, did he lose connection to the server? I'm not sure, but he spent a lot of time there. And now the white bishop prevents the black rook from contributing in the defense of the pawn on the right-hand side, which means to me, it now looks as though Serrana is in big trouble. Bortnik having a rook against Serrana's only pawn, but that pawn is very close to becoming a new queen, and it doesn't appear like Bortnik can do anything to stop it. The pawn being helped by the king will secure the draw. Bortnik has an extra rook, but he has no way of preventing black from getting a new queen, and he will have to sacrifice his rook, and the game ends with just kings remaining. It's a draw.
This has been such an exciting endgame, and yet the draw favors Serrana. Maybe he wanted more than a draw, but even with the draw, he's still in a 2-point lead in a match where now only 5 bullet games remain. The magical number is 6. Hans Niemann is 1 point away from qualifying officially to the semifinals, and we are back to the match of Shimanov against Tazdogan, where it's a tie, 3-3, because of that bullet win of Tazdogan in a crazy game with chances for both players, winning chances after one move of the other, just basically blundering back and forth, but with no time on the clock. These things happen. even if grandmasters are playing, Shimanov has taken this point, taking the lead again. And we move on to Hans Niemann's match against Jose Martinez. Jose, unfortunately for all the fans out there, needs a miracle to save the situation. He's down 4 points.
That means if Hans can win this game, he has secured himself a place in the semifinal. And it's looking kind of good for him, because that queen steps out to the side of the board, captures a black pawn, black using his rooks to regain a dangerous white pawn on the side. But the knight was able to take another one. And there's a third black pawn in trouble. It seems to me like Niemann is close to securing himself the ticket for the semifinal.
Indeed, Hans has been doing really well in this match against Jose. These are two of the most popular players in today's field because of their streaming careers too.
If the rook captures the pawn, there will be a checkmate with the knight coming into the middle of the board. What a calculation from Hans Niemann. And Jose has realized the danger, but that means he will not be able to recapture these white pawns as was his plan. He's going to have to give some space for his king to get out of trouble. Hans still using the rook and knight to give checks, getting his knight into a good defensive position. Will this extra pawn be enough for Hans to take the win, and with it also the semifinal spot? I'm going to say no, because the threat to the knight meant the knight had to step away from the protection of the pawn, and Hans blunders his rook. Hans blunders his rook, but the rook was not captured. But then Hans blunders again. Both players under 10 seconds on the clock. This is being decided on the clock more so than being decided on the board. Hans now trying to eliminate the last black pawn. He's just trying to hold on to a draw at this stage. And if he gets the draw, he can count himself very lucky, because there were some missed chances there for Martinez during the course of play. Hans is really not treating this as a position where you get an extra second per move that is made. He just doesn't care about good moves. He just wants to play fast moves. And I cannot help but think that is the wrong strategy, because he's made a lot of what could have been game deciding blunders.
Yeah, this is just such a crazy endgame, hanging pieces here and there. And with the extra piece now, Jose should be winning this endgame. Even then, of course, Hans is so much in the lead that Jose will need to win many games in a row to make up for the 4-point disadvantage. But this is a start. Hans could have closed the match with this game, and instead the game slipped out of his control and he's now losing. That king, I think, is trying with some final tricks, but even a stalemate trick is not possible because he still has a b pawn to, not just a rook to get rid of.
And the knight comes in to give checkmate in the corner. A very quick and beautiful finish there from Martinez. And look at the speed with which he managed to create that checkmating plan. We're going to move away from this a little bit and going to take a look at Zubov winning his game against Yakuboyev. That means they are tied at 4 points each. Moving further, we're going to now visit Shimanov, who has a 5-3 point lead. That means if Shimanov wins this game, he will have secured himself a semifinal spot.
This, after the capture of the pawn, is now an additional pass pawn for Shimanov, who just needs this 1 point, this one win in an endgame where he seems to be doing well. At the same time, the white pawns are vulnerable. He's pushing c5 because his bishop was hanging as well as the c4 pawn.
Yeah, actually, the bishop was almost trapped, and Shimanov had to give away the pawn he had extra in order to save the bishop. However, he's giving away another pawn now on the side, because there's a very threatening situation with the white rooks working together along the 7th rank. And this, I think, is looking very good for the Russian. He gave away 3 pawns in a row there. He was up so many pawns, but he gave them away to put his rooks in a good position. And those rooks, it's just, oh, wow, checkmate.
What?
The counter checkmate.
What?
Shimanov just assumed that he would get away from these rooks and the checks that they gave, but there's no escaping. The rook comes in to give the checkmate, and Shimanov will have to fight another game to get to the desired 6 points for the semifinal spot.
Hammer, is there a chance we bring back that checkmate? Because it happened so quickly. I just wanted to point out.
Unfortunately, that game has been lost to history.
It lost to history. Clip it, play it back. It was beautiful. Even if the king goes to h3, it was the same checkmate. What a crazy turn of events, meaning that Tazdogan is still in the match.
Yeah, but someone who's not going to be in the match much more is Jose Martinez, because Hans Niemann here, he has a queen in exchange for a rook and knight. And I think that's going to be a big enough advantage to win this game. And with this win, Hans is also going to secure his semifinal spot, because that's going to bring him to 6 points total.
Hans has been doing so well in this match. Only the previous bullet game is what confused us a little bit.
Yeah, but he's allowing those white pawns to advance very dangerously. No. And now for the checkmate, white is trying to prepare a checkmate on the side of the board. 2 rooks fighting against the queen. There's a threat of checkmating ideas. Maybe the rook, the pawn in the middle. Hans was relying on this pawn to become a new queen, but now it's in loads of trouble. We're going to see another crazy time scramble. I have a beautiful checkmate. Beautiful checkmate. Martinez coming in with the comeback.
And second time that he saves a game that he was not supposed to be saving, meaning that Hans is still not closing the match. Jospam with the chances to turn everything around. Wait, what is his king doing on f8? He misclicked. He wanted to castle. He couldn't castle properly because he misclicked.
These players are just so not in the zone in a way right now. I mean, they are making a lot of mistakes because they're so stressed due to the time situation. And because both players are playing so quickly initially, we see mistakes like the king not castling properly and stuff like that. But mistakes aside, I will say that Martinez's technique in finding these checkmating ideas has been fantastic. We remember the previous game where he had like 4 pre-moves in a row to checkmate Hans's king in the corner of the board. It was basically the same thing right now, where Martinez saw he had a clever checkmate in not 1, not 2, not 3. It was a 4-move checkmate, but he executed it in a second, if not less.
It's very impressive, especially knowing that every single one of these games has been match point for Hans. Hans only needs 1 more point to qualify and eliminate Jospam from the field. But these last 2 games have gone all the wrong way for Hans. Jospam finding these beautiful checkmate patterns, as you mentioned. I think he has a chance, even if this position is looking terrible for black again.
Yeah, no, Hans had a very clever capture sequence there, because the rook captured on the side, but that means the queen is overloaded, protecting both the knight and the rook at the same time. And therefore, Hans was able to get the exchange of win the rook in that sequence. He also got rid of the queen. This may be the game for Hans. He might win this and secure his semifinal spot. The rook captures 1 pawn. It stops the second pawn. And that means Hans makes it to 6 points. He's in the semifinal.
He's in the semifinals. They continue their bullet games. It's 6 bullet games in total. But sadly, for all of you fans of Jaw Spam, this is the end of the tournament for Jose Martinez. Hans Niemann, on the other hand, moves on to the semifinals. Let's see who else will make it, because out of the other matches, only Shimano's match is decided. He has qualified 2. But Sarana versus Bortnik and Zubov versus Yakuboyev are still very much in action.
And this is a very exciting one. Bortnik doesn't have a queen, but he has a rook and a knight in exchange for the queen, which I would say is pretty significant. To me, it looks like Bortnik can win this game with the rook and knight because he has the ability to push his pawns forward so that they can become new queens. But speaking of pushing pawns forward, Black is not the only one who can do that. And Sarana, having 4 seconds extra and having that queen, the queen can be such an annoying piece. And right now, the queen is helping the pawn forward, trying to become a new queen. It's anyone's game, but I'm going to say Sarana is the favorite because of the time situation and because the queen is such a tricky piece to deal with.
Very tricky. I'm going to say Bortnik because of the knight and all these tricky checks. But yes, he's very low on time. He almost lost on time. He made this move with 0.5 seconds, and it's only a 1 second increment the players get.
And the pawn is lost, but then White's pawn is lost as well. Bortnik is not going to lose this. It's guaranteed. No, why would I say such a thing?
He stepped into it.
He stepped into a double attack, losing his knight in the process. And Bortnik, after securing what seemed to me like a position you cannot lose because the knight and rook work so well together, now he's trying to defend a rook versus a queen, but he's unsuccessful. He tries a stalemating idea, but Sarana avoids it. And with that, Sarana is up at 5.5 points. He only needs 1 draw now to secure match victory.
That has been a crazy bullet game. And just when we thought that Bortnik was safe, he stepped into that double attack of the queen. That's sad news for Bortnik, who performed extremely well in the round of 16. He made 8.5 points out of 9 just at the start of today's show. But Sarana seems to be just moments away from eliminating Alexander Bortnik. And in the other match between Zubov and Yakuboyev, Yakuboyev is in the lead with 1 point. I think we're going to stick to this game. We called it a match that could have happened in the finals too. These two are the favorites of winning this event overall, but only one of them can move on to the semifinals.
And Bortnik so far having a great opening in this must-win situation. He has superior development. He has the bishop pair. He is ready to castle already. It seems to me Sarana is in trouble. Ooh, but that's a great play from Sarana, trying to get the trade of bishops. And Bortnik being very provocative, attacking the bishop, forcing the bishop to move so that the knight can capture a pawn on the side, now offering the queen exchange after winning a pawn. I think this is good for Bortnik, but I am not sure. This is wildly complicated.
It just seems very chaotic. And for Alexander Bortnik, he cannot even make a draw. He has to win this game and the next game. He's in a must-win situation, and that would be the only way he can stay in this match.
And now, very tricky situation. If the queen captures, the rook will capture the knight because the bishop's protection was an illusion. The bishop cannot move because of Black's queen pointing down. So Bortnik instead tries to go for the exchange of queens. He has the bishop pair. He has an extra pawn. He's going to move his rook to attack the queen, trying to force the exchange on his terms so that he can get the bishop out to protect the pawn. This is looking very good for Bortnik. Bortnik is up a pawn. He has a commanding position. Both players very low on time as they had an unorthodox opening, which required a lot of thinking. Bortnik correctly moving his king over to the left-hand side. He's going to have to accept a trade of pawns here. I thought now the black pawn can keep moving forward, prevent Black's bishop from sitting in its good defensive position. Sarana spending a lot of time. He's now under 10 seconds. Bortnik with the extra pawn. He now starts moving them forward, trying to get a new queen.
Sorry, it's just my equipment started talking. It happens with these modern technology. I don't know if the microphone picked it up, but my lights are back. And this is looking really promising. At the same time, not easy to push those pawns because black's pieces are blocking the pass pawns of white.
These pawns need to move forward, but how is that going to happen with this dark square blockade? I think Serrana has done excellently setting up a defensive formation, forcing Bortnik to shift his attention to the other side of the board. However, Bortnik, with both players less than 5 seconds, has successfully started his attack there, and he's just capturing one black pawn after the other. It looks as though Bortnik is going to win this match and this game in a must-win situation. Both players under 5 seconds, but Bortnik is guaranteeing himself that he can capture this black knight in the next move, and he will try to get a new queen. Yes, he succeeds in getting a new queen, but the black rooks are checking the king. The king gets away.
Now he's
is there stalemate?
Stalemate tricks are still not possible.
No stalemate.
Anymore.
No stalemate. Bortnik takes it.
Indeed, but Bortnik not only had to win that game, he also has to win this game. He needs to save 2 games in a row. If it's a draw, Serrana eliminates Bortnik. So again, Alexander Bortnik is in a must-win situation. And if he wins, if he ties this match, we're going to see a bullet sudden death game of 1 minute, no increment.
No increment. And these players have been playing quickly already. That's going to be nothing compared to a 1 minute game where you don't get that extra second per move.
It's going to be crazy, but to get to that, Bortnik has to win this game again. A draw will mean that Bortnik is eliminated and Serrana moves on to the semifinals. What a match. They really should have faced each other in the semis or final. And
Bortnik, look at that rating he has in this 1 minute format. 3,200. I think he's going to be the massive favorite should we go to a sudden death. So Serrana really needs to keep his head cool and get at least a draw in this game.
This has been such an exciting match. Started with an advantage for Bortnik in blitz, then Serrana winning 3-0 in the 3+1 and Bortnik making up for it partially in the bullet. He needs to do it one more time though to tie the match, and then we might see a sudden death tiebreaker, but he has to win this game with the black pieces.
And both players are spending quite a bit of time. And look at Serrana. He wants a draw. He wants to eliminate any chance of Bortnik making an attack on White's king, and he tries to get the exchange of queens and succeeds in doing so. But at the same time, these black pawns are advancing forward, controlling on White's half of the board.
I think it's a promising situation for Bortnik. It might not be much, if any, advantage, but at least there is life in this position, and it is Serrana who needs to play precisely. He has just lost the game. It's not easy psychologically.
Sacrifice. Ooh.
You think? Oh no!
I think he should have given up his rook, captured this magnificent white knight.
I thought he missed the tactical chance, but yeah, that positional exchange sacrifice would have been nice.
Yeah, that's what gets me excited in the morning. Attacks, who cares? Positional exchange sacrifices, yes. Let's see some of those.
The games of Tigran Petrosyan, one of my favorite world champions for the positional exchange sacrifices. But I guess
we need to address the fact that Bortnik has been down to under 10 seconds for a while already. He has the superior position. He goes for the sacrifice I recommended earlier, but he only has 5 seconds left on his clock. And I'm not sure he's going to survive on time.
He seems to be very confident that he can allow going this low on time and still be in the game, but he's down on exchange. That knight is very strong on d4, but can that knight compensate for everything with the rook trying to get to the 7th flank? The g7 pawn will be targeted.
Yeah, I'm going to say Bortnik is creating some good problems here. And Serrana feels forced to put his rook in a defensive position Bortnik now needs to figure out a plan for how to make progress, because Serrano has just decided, I'm just going to go into defense mode. Serrano pushes his pawn forward, opens up a new area of attack for his rooks. Ooh, Bortnik, you cannot do the back and forth between the rooks. So he chooses to go back instead. But then the white rook gets an exchange it wanted. The black king is struggling because it cannot get into the game. It's being forced to stay on the bottom rank. And white's king is the one infiltrating at this moment. Serrano needs to calculate, can I capture this knight? The answer is yes. Yes, he could have done that. I'm surprised he didn't make that simplification, because a draw is enough for him. I assume he is aware of that himself. He should have taken the knight when he had the chance. And now Bortnik is coming with a counterattack, and Serrano loses on time. Serrano loses on time, and we're going to see a sudden death.
Goodness me, I was just going to say that I really want to see a sudden death game, but it felt impossible because of the rook takes c5. You mentioned hammer, since Serrano didn't play it, and then he loses on time.
Serrano should have taken the knight. It's not good enough to win the game, but he didn't need the win. He only needed the draw. So he could have gotten into this situation where the best black can hope for is a drawing situation, which would have been insufficient to make it to the semifinal. But what happened instead is that the knight was allowed to live. Bortnik pushed his pawn forward. Serrano got insecure. He was like, oh, can I take this and then take back? But then the rook will attack. But if the pawn moves forward, my rook cannot capture this, because then the knight will attack both the king and the rook. And while he was busy thinking about that, his clock went boom and time ran out. And Bortnik, in dramatic fashion, manages to tie the match.
That is crazy, and that means that they will play a sudden death bullet game right now. There's no increment. It's 1-0, just no increment at all, and Bortnik has been the stronger and faster player in bullets so far. Is it that he's gonna just completely turn around the match and qualify to the semis?
I think there's a very real chance for that. But look at Bortnik's time management. He's already down 10 seconds on the clock. He doesn't realize there's no increment. Bortnik is going to lose this match because he didn't read the rules. Can we just for once have chess players who reads the rules of events they play in? Oh my gosh, Bortnik, at some point he's got to realize that he's not getting extra time. He has an excellent position on the board. He has one pawn more than his opponent, but that 8-second deficit without the increments, that is just game changing. And I don't think a pawn is good enough to deal with that time disadvantage. And as I was saying, that Serrano also managed to win back the pawn that he was down.
This match has been insane. Both of these players were winning and losing when it comes to the match score. And now with that very active knight and the rook coming to the back rank, is it that Serrano is not only ahead in time, but position-wise too? What is going on, Hammer?
Bortnik has started pre-moving. Bortnik has realized that, oh my gosh, there's no increments. He realizes that the only thing that counts right now is playing fast moves, but he's still 10 seconds down on the clock. Can he make the ultimate swindle? Can he get a time win despite being 10 seconds down? It's pretty close. He's getting pawns back. He has a better position. Serrano gets a new queen. No, and Bortnik doesn't capture the queen.
He pre-moved the king move.
And I believe Bortnik lost that playoff because he didn't realize from the start of the game there was no increment. He spent 10 seconds thinking for one single move, and that is just something you cannot do in no increment bullet chess.
He almost turned the tables, though, in a match that seemed decided. Serrano leading with such a big advantage in terms of the points in the match and also the opportunities he had on the board. He didn't take the opportunities. Bortnik made it back in 2 must-win bullet games, but then he didn't realize that there is no increment indeed, and that decided the match in favor of Sarana. What a way for Sarana to qualify. I felt like he deserved to qualify for the previous bullet game because he had it in his hands, that rook capture of the knight, simplify the position, draw, and he qualifies. He missed that chance, but now Bortnik gave the chance back, and Sarana, I think, is the deserving winner overall from what we have seen.
Yeah, and it's been chaos so far. It's been so demanding of the players, and may I say of the commentators as well. So we're going to take a long break before we get back with the semifinals and final.
Don't go anywhere. This is not decided. It's only the semis and then the finals for the one qualification spot. We'll be back in a moment, in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast. Before we head over to our semifinals, a quick reminder that Chess.com will be your exclusive Twitch home for the video feeds of this year's World Chess Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. You do not want to miss this clash battling it out for the title. We already have heard Hammer's opinion on who's gonna keep the title, but I'm sure that there are a lot of you rooting for Nepomniachtchi as well. Do not forget the dates from November the 24th to December the 16th. And here on Twitch, you can follow the official video feed by Chess.com coming this November. I cannot wait.
No, it's going to be so exciting. And it's been a long way coming. It's been 3 years since the last World Championship match. Now it's here a bit later than normal because of the whole Corona thing, but we're back in action.
We are back in action also for the Speed Chess Super Swiss. Hammer, how do you see the 4 players that made it? Sum up the matches we have seen in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's going to be thrilling. I think Hans Niemann has been looking really, really good. I think Sarana managing to knock out such a strong opponent as Bortnik, he has to be a favorite as well. So I'm predicting Niemann-Sarana final.
Niemann-Sarana is your prediction. I think that could be likely, yes, but Shimanov and Yakuboya will certainly have something to say about it in a longer format because we keep adding more and more games to these matches. For the quarterfinals and semifinals, we have the 3 games and 6 games. And for the final, actually, that's when we add. I'm so bad at numbers, but I figured this one and the following, the finals actually is when we have even further games. 11 games in total to decide which of these 2 players will make it. Every single match eliminates half of the field. We are now in the semifinals, and the game between Sarana and Yakuboyev has just started.
And it's actually the same opening or similar to the same opening we saw Babisara Azubayeva play earlier. And to be honest, I thought that was a lot of complicated captures that happened basically without the players thinking about it. I feel like they must be in some kind of prepared openings because that was way too tricky to just spend seconds on. As a result of the trickiness, White is up a pawn, but that pawn is the pawn on B2. And Black may try to get some counterplay, combining the bishop and rook pointing in its direction. And now also the knight trying to come into the C4 square. Black needs to get their pieces out because if you don't make anything happen soon, you're just going to be sitting there with a pawn less than the opponent.
That has been very well summarized, Hammer, and also the pace. I feel like after having seen so many bullet games, it's now a luxury that we have time to talk about the moves and the right strategies. We are back to 5-minute, 1-second increment. This is the first portion, 2 games of the 5-minute blitz games.
And I think that change of pace is also very difficult for the opponents. And it's also something we see in the Speed Chess Championship main event, that the players struggle going from the 5-minute to the 3-minute, and especially going from the 3-minute to the 1-minute. It's very tricky to change between time controls in that fashion. And here we see Sarana actually moving his queen up and then back down. He's actually inviting a repetition of moves. Will Yakuboyev try to go for the draw, or does he predict that Sarana will do something else? No, it's a repetition. It's 2 times the same position.
Unless Sarana switches now, do you think he will?
Yes, I do think he will. White is up a pawn. I don't see him going for a draw at this moment.
And he picks a different square for the queen. So instead of going to d2, which would have led to a threefold repetition, he places the queen on c2, meaning that the draw has been declined in that sense. It still is a position where Yakuboyev should be able to keep attacking that d5 pawn, try to get back the pawn he lost. Queen a5 is an active move too, and maybe also the b5 can be used to attack the b2 pawn.
And he repeatedly tries to move his knight up to this c4 square. And now I think he's going to be successful. White offering the queen trade, putting the queens up against each other. I'm going to say just take that queen, because after the trade, you do get the option of moving the knight forward afterwards.
But he didn't listen to you, and the evaluation are saying he should have listened to Grandmaster Hammer.
Yeah, but it's still a tricky situation, I would say. One of White's main problems is that both his bishop and his rook is being blocked by the white pawn in the middle. So while it's good for White to be up a pawn, it's not so good that this pawn is kind of standing in the way of the pieces. And White's position would be so much better if the pawn was able to move further forward, which is why Black has put a knight stopping the pawn from moving off its unfortunate square.
Very true. Now with the push of the b pawn and the trade, it means that White has an additional pass pawn, this a pawn. It still is, of course, not a dangerous pawn. It has a long way to go until it becomes a protected pass pawn on a7. That would be a more promising pass pawn.
Yeah, but look at how Sarana is positioning his bishops. So his bishops are controlling all the squares the pawn needs to move forward, and like the rook controls here, the bishop here, the bishop here. It feels like this pawn on the side just has everything ready for it to start moving forward. And now Sarana also pushed forward in the middle, giving away the pawn he had extra, but in return he's created a very tricky pin with the bishop pointing down on Black's queen, creating even more trouble.
Yes, he has given up the pawn for activity and is now focusing on the pin, as well as that a pass pawn. You mentioned that the path of that pass pawn is basically paved with all these queen side pieces of White. Let's see how Sarana will continue now. He's taking some time to figure out what's the best way to approach this situation. Will he try pushing the pawn? Is there something he can do further about the pin moves like knight to b5? What do you think? What's your call here, Hammer?
I have no idea. I gotta be honest, this position has got me stumped. I think maybe rook up.
And then the knight can jump to b5 without blocking the rook.
Well, I think rook up attacks the knight, forcing the black knight back. But when the black knight moves back, I get the option of moving my knight forward. I think that would be my choice. But Sarana is taking a lot of time thinking about this.
A lot of time, and the increment, as a reminder, is still only 1 second. Every single time control is a 1 second increment, except for the tiebreaker, which was a sudden death match, sudden death game between Sarana and Bortnik that we have just witnessed before the break. He's considering all those options, the move order. He chooses knight to b5, but that will mean he can no longer place the rook on b6.
So he goes for your move, Anna, and then he makes a lot of trades.
Oh,
and then he sacrifices his rook. So he gives away his rook initially, but then he
F7.
has the pressure with the queen and rook working together, and also against this f7 square. That is devastating, because if the queen moves, there will be a capture of the rook. You kind of need to take back the bishop, otherwise you're just down a piece. But if you take back the bishop, there is a checkmate with the rook and queen working brilliantly together. And so in this position, there is no defense. That was a brilliant calculation by Sarana. We criticized him for taking so much time on the move.
We did.
But when you have 5 minutes on the clock, those 5 minutes are yours to use. And he used them very well in calculating this winning idea. And he's going to take the lead.
That was a beautifully executed calculation, a tactical pattern based on the f7 pawn, as well as obviously the safety of the king. So he's going to be up a piece. The bishop cannot be taken on d6 because it's checkmate in 2.
And so Yakuboyev, he just tries to complicate matters, trying to confuse, but there's no confusion here. The pawn moves forward in the middle, but it's captured. And it's a win to begin with for Sarana. And we're going to move over to the other game, because here Shimanov is very low on time as Hans Niemann pushes his pawn forward on the side of the board. That pawn is being helped by the rook pointing down towards the black rook. And wow, Shimanov doesn't even try to stop this pawn. The pawn just continues forward. It cannot be captured because then the rook will be lost afterwards. And I'm not sure what Shimanov was thinking about there, but this is a new queen. There's no way for black to stop the new queen. Black either has to accept the trade, but then there's a new queen on the g8 square, or he has to capture the white pawn on the side, but then there's a new queen on the e8 square. And Hans Niemann taking the lead in his match as well. The two favorites showing their strength from the get-go.
And this game, this Rooken game, it didn't seem like it was much of an advantage for Hans, but the time situation was huge, the advantage on the clock, and that decided the game because Shimanov didn't have enough time to figure out the right defense. Next up, we have Nodirbek against Alexei Sarana here. Nodirbek Yakuboyev with the white pieces, trying to make up for the previous loss. The first time control is 5+1, 2 games of 5+1, after which we will move on to 3+1 and then the bullet games.
And Yakuboyev here giving away his bishop voluntarily, and that is not appreciated by the bar. On the left side of the board you can see red, black and white, and right now there's more black than white, which means that the engines calculating this game feels that black has the advantage, and that was not the case before white made that exchange. The question, though, is how are you going to use your bishops in a good way? Because right now, this black bishop is completely blocked by its own pawn. And Yakuboyev also, wow, choosing to move his king forward in the opening. It's a bomb cloud from the Uzbeki grandmaster.
Indeed. Delayed bomb cloud. Many of you are asking why Hikaru is not playing. He won yesterday's event, but he cannot qualify to a qualifier that is today's knockout because he already is in the field of the Speed Chess Championship. Today's winner will qualify to the same field where Hikaru is the defending champion. So he'll be playing from November on in the overall Speed Chess Championship for the prize fund of $100,000.
And I was about to say, I like white's position because black's pawn here on c6, white was about to put a knight in front of it and just prevent it from moving anywhere. But then Sarana makes a pawn sacrifice. And then I changed my mind completely because now the bishop is involved. It's threatening towards the middle of the board. We're going to see a trade here between the bishops, but then the black queen is ready to get involved close to the white king. And at this point, white is going to have to think, well, I probably should have castled earlier. I don't know why I didn't listen to what my coaches told me when I was a kid. Because now that the white king situation is going to be a problem.
It is a huge problem that this king is on e2. Not everyone can get away with the king on e2. It didn't feel like it was a big risk that Nodirbek took with that move of the king, but Serena found a way to get the queen into the game with this pawn push, and now the long diagonal, or for the black queen, queen g4, check, or bringing the rook to d8 are some of the moves that black will be considering here.
Yeah, queen g4. I love that move. Forcing the king back, then you recapture on the other side of the board. Just because the opponent took your pawn doesn't mean you have to take it back immediately. This queen check is what is known as a Zwischenzug, which is German for in-between move. Something you do in between the obvious recapture.
Indeed, and it was such an important one, as you mentioned. It made the two rooks to be disconnected from each other. And after queen h5, now the h2 pawn is hanging, queen h3 check is possible, and the c5 pawn too is under pressure so that white cannot just start activating his pieces. Sad situation for Nodirbek's king, but the evaluation bar is still holding its own. Must be because of the b4, that c5 pawn actually is a strong protected pass pawn. So if the king survives, this endgame could be good for white.
Yeah. So is white going for the queen exchange despite being down a pawn?
Could be, yeah. I'm thinking of that too, because otherwise, how do you keep this king protected? Rook h1. Okay, so instead of offering a queen trade, will we see white starting to attack on the king side if he manages to bring the other rook to g1?
Wow. Well, I mean, there's certainly open files, but the problem is black has some intentions as well in the middle with their rooks. So both players now trying to point their pieces towards the opponent's king. This is a tricky position to assess. Any thoughts?
I'm just amazed that the bar has been showing almost no feelings about, one being up on material, down on material, king in the middle of the board, and the bar is like, it's gotta be a draw.
Okay, so the rook comes to the side of the board. That's because it wants to move up and attack the white king. But on the other hand, the white rook can now capture the pawn on the side. But Yakuboyev, he doesn't want to allow that attacking scheme. So he's now, I think, correctly assessing the position, being that black's planned attack with the two rooks against the white king was in fact stronger than the attack white had planned. And that's why Yakuboyev here is going for trades.
He cannot take back on d5 with the rook or the pawn. He chooses the pawn capture. Let's see where the queen goes.
Yeah, I think this pawn capture was very interesting because he was planning to just move that pawn forward so that he distracts one of the few white pawns actually protecting the white king. It is a pawn extra for black, but at the same time, I do feel like Yakuboyev has been good at getting his pieces in promising situations.
Yeah, it certainly feels like the activity of the white pieces compensates for the lack of the pawn, and this c pawn can still be very important too once you start pushing it, and black's pieces will need to block. Oh, queen g4 coming in to annoy the king as well as the b4 pawn.
Ooh, that's a very tricky threat. And Yakuboyev is spending so much time trying to figure out what to do about it. He's now down to just 20 seconds.
There's only a 1 second increment, so going very low on time is normally not a good idea.
And Serena once again thinking he must be liking the situation, considering the time management Yakuboyev has been showing so far. White's plan is to play rook d6 next move. This rook will both attack black's queen and the pawn in the middle.
Now it's Serena's turn to decide how he will prevent it. he is going for rook e4 to attack the b4 pawn, and after rook d6, will we see an offer of queen trade, or he simply wants the queen, keep the queen on the board because the white king is in the middle of the board? He offers the trade.
He goes for the queen trade, but what now if white tries to get a new queen and Yakuboyev is going for it? But then he starts capturing pawns. Yakuboyev manages to deal with that situation where he was down a pawn. Now it's equal material. He's very low on the clock. I think the best the Uzbeki Grandmaster can hope for is a draw. But on the other hand, that should be very doable because he can just move his rook back and forth in the middle. There's no way for black to make progress. However, he is down in the match as a whole, but now he's giving away his pawn with a check. I do not understand this play from Yakuboyev, who is now also way far away from his pawn. That means, look at Serrana now. Serrana is going to be able to move his king up the side of the board to try and take out the furthest back white pawn. The white king is just completely separated from its defensive tasks. That was a shocking display from Yakuboyev, who really should have been able to make a draw with an equal amount of pawns in the endgame, but he loses. And we're just going to rush over to the next game because Shimanov is about to be checkmated. Wow, what a display from Hans Niemann.
In an endgame, the pair of bishops again is proving to be superior. If the king would have gone to e3, as you are showing, Hammer, that's a beautiful checkmate after bishop to f2. Wow.
Honestly, bishop f4 also checkmate. Just either one of these bishop mates would have been checkmate, despite black being down a pawn in an endgame. And to avoid that, Shimanov felt forced to move the knight in between. But the problem is that that knight just gets captured. And Hans, he doesn't even capture it immediately. He says, no, I want to first bring my bishop so that everything is protected. And then I'm going to take it out. And it's a second win in a row for Hans. It's a second win in a row for Serrana. Our two favorites have taken the lead in these semifinals.
You called it, Hammer. You said that potential final will be Hans versus Serrana. And so far, the two are doing their job, but there's a lot more to come. We will take a short break, but when we are back, the 3+1 blitz games will begin and then 6 bullet games at the very end. So mathematically, even if you are down in the blitz portion, you can make up for it in the bullet. I'm curious how the 3+1 games will go in these semifinal matches. And if the player is currently not doing too well, can turn the tables. Don't go anywhere. In a moment, we are back with the rest of the semifinals. Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the Speeches Super Swiss. We are left with 4 players only. We started on 16, and every single round eliminates half of the field. The players that are looking good so far for the qualification are Alexei Sorana and Hans Niemann. They are on a 2-point lead, but there's a lot more to come with the 3+1 and the bullet games. How do you see, Hammer, so far these matches and the path of the players, of the 4 players that qualified to make it to the semifinals?
I think Sorana defeating Bortnik to get where he is was fantastic. And he's showing that beating Bortnik just basically means you're one of the strongest players in the event. So far, he's been devastating to the Uzbeki Grandmaster Yukubayev. But Hans Niemann also needs more attention than what I have given him so far. Beating Terry, beating Martinez, actually taking out 2 Peruvians in a row. He's now getting some work done on Shimanov, trying to just completely destroy Shimanov on Hans's way to the final. If we're going to have any excitement here now, we need Shimanov to strike back against the 2-0 lead.
Indeed, and this is the first game with the 3+1 time control, so 3-minute blitz games with a 1-second increment, and 3 of these games we are going to see in each and every match before we head over to 6 bullet games, 11 games in total.
And Shimanov here going for the early exchange of bishops. Hans castling kingside. I guess then Black will follow his lead. And here trying to move the pawn up on the queen side. This is known as the minority attack. And basically what White is hoping for is that this pawn, if I just make some silly moves for Black, he's actually that was too silly. What White is hoping for is to get this trade into a position where all the pawns on the left side have been removed, but that there is a weakness of the Black pawn that you can aim towards. So that is the plan. Let's see if Hans manages to make it happen. So far, so good. He moved his pawn up on the side of the board. He now has the conflict between the pawns there. He's probably going to manage to get that exchange. And it's a well-executed minority attack. You can add that to your chess vocabularies.
Very well executed indeed. And one of the typical ways in which Black can react to these minority attacks is indeed what Shimanov is doing here, to put the pawn, to push that pawn to c5, not allowing the opening of the b5, but that means that the d5 pawn is isolated.
So an isolated pawn cannot be defended by other pawns you have. And that means such a pawn needs to be defended by a piece. For example, a bishop will have to take a poor placement in order to only execute defensive ideas to defend this pawn. So that is the situation as it stands. Right now, Hans doesn't have any way of attacking this pawn, though. And Shimanov, he has a plan of attack. He just pushes forward on the opposite side of the board, trying to point his queen in towards the Black king. Hans immediately gets nervous, uses his knight to chase the queen away, but the queen remains in the vicinity. And Hans actually here offering a repetition of moves. Hans is so nervous about this queen and bishop pointing in the direction of White's king. He is willing to go for a repetition. No, he is not.
Oh, he changes his mind. Tricking us. I felt like that too, that he wanted to take the draw, but now he's switching to the exchange of the rooks because he's saying that on the queen side, he's the boss and he wants to make it to the back rank and maybe also to this b6 pawn, because if White wins the b6 pawn, the b5 pawn will be an extremely strong passed pawn.
And this is so typical, right? One person concentrates on the left side, the other one on the right side. And here, Niemann's play has actually given him a 1 minute lead on the clock. And that spells trouble for Shimanov, regardless of whether Black has a good position or not. Being down a full minute, that's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, there was no possibility of capturing the pawn earlier on h3 because of the back rank situation for Black. That's why Black decided to push the pawn to not allow this checkmate. It's not even possible to just survive with a piece down or so. No, you need to sacrifice all your pieces and then accept that you got checkmated. So after g6, now the king stepped out of the g5 and knight e6 has been played by Shimanov.
And he's trying to get the exchange of knights. Looks to me to be a good idea, but I'm not sure the follow-up was as good. Niemann manages to get a trick with the queen attacking both the king and the pawn in the middle. It's now white with the extra pawn in addition to the time advantage. Is it going to be enough to win the game? I suspect yes. I think it's going to be enough. And Niemann going now also for a queen trade in the middle. Tricky situation to evaluate.
In terms of the time situation, though, Hans has been doing very well when it comes to keeping at least some advantage on the clock. And now he's spending a bit more time to calculate whether the queen trade, that bishop endgame, favors him. He chooses bishop to c4 that ties down the queen, the black queen, to the protection of the f7 pawn.
And now he goes for the exchange. So white is a pawn up. The bishops, this is important. The bishops are on the same color. That means there are many situations in which you can force the opponent's bishop away from its defensive tasks. And there's no easy blockade of the opponent's pawns. However, I will say that Shimanov is doing a great job right now of eliminating as many pawns as possible from the board. Hans decided to move forward in the middle, but then the black king will easily get their grips on the pawn in the middle. The question now, he has 20 seconds to calculate whether taking this pawn and going into a pawn endgame is a good idea. And he decides it's not necessary because all of Black's pawns are placed on dark squares. So he feels he doesn't need to do anything fancy. He just wants to get rid of as many pawns as possible. Next up, the pawn moving into h3 will be the idea, eliminating another pair of pawns. And now the bishop can come back, take out the white pawn. There's no way for white to make progress. And Shimanov, with a great job there, making a draw from a difficult situation. And another person in a difficult situation, that is Sarana, who is down a rook, and that rook is too much.
It's too much, especially since the bishop will drop 2 after bishop to g1 and bishop d4, meaning that Yakuboyev has tied the score. It's a 1-1 in this match between Sarana and Yakuboyev, and this would have been the finishing touch if a rook up was already not enough for one to have to resign the game, sadly, meaning that we will now see the remaining 2 games of 3+1 and then moving on to the bullet. Overall, 11 games to decide who are the 2 players that will make it to the finals and fight for that 1 qualification spot in the overall Speed Chess Championship.
And I'm going to stick with the Niemann-Shimanov match because I think their opening here has been really interesting. White early on gave away their light squared bishop, but on the other hand, he put all his pawns on the light squares to kind of compensate for that missing bishop. And in addition, Niemann has the doubled pawns, and now Hans. What a play by Hans. He pushes his pawn forward on the side of the board. He even accepts the queen trade, and white says no queen trade for you, sir. not in a way that would allow for you to open up for your rook pointing down on my king. This is just, I don't understand the chess being played here right now.
Very creative, but at the same time, Hans is putting everything on one card on this king side attack, and the queen side, as well as this semi-open d file, is there for white, meaning that after the queen trade, if there's not enough attack on the king side with knight f4 or g4, white will be the one who has the upper hand with more active pieces and more development.
Yeah, no, this is such a tricky situation. White is about to get into the f5 square, but black already got into the similar square. The problem is that the black knight can be captured by white's bishop, whereas when the white knight steps in black's position, then the knight will be unable to do anything about that. The black's bishop is unable to do anything about that. So yeah, no, really tricky, complicated decisions being made here. And that costs on time with both players having spent quite a bit so far. I think there are good chances to see a time scramble in the future.
I agree, and also this is a good chance for Shimanov to start scoring in this match that so far has been dominated by Hans. Hans is trying to defend as best as he can. He's bringing the knight to g7 that guards the f5 square, and again attacks the h5 pawn that earlier he couldn't take because the g5 pawn was still hanging.
Yeah, and this is really interesting. Hans chooses not to take the pawn because then the white knight would be able to move in and start an attack together with the rooks on the pawn on d6. But that means, is Hans ever going to get back this pawn on h5 if the knight's primary function is to take control of this f5 square?
And Shimanov takes this moment while the king side situation is a stalemate. He goes for opening up the queen side to try to get to black's pawns, including that a6 pawn that's vulnerable and could be attacked with rook to a3.
That looks like a great plan to me. I think this should be a win for Shimanov, getting his first win on the board against Niemann. And the evaluation bar just flows up with white appreciation for white's position.
a5 was a pawn sacrifice to potentially then activate the rook a8 and rook a5. Shimanov decided to not even capture it. He pushes c5 and goes for activity instead of grabbing the pawn.
Yeah, no, it's just trickery all around here. Black manages to capture a white pawn, but white captured a black pawn before that. Who's getting out of this with the best situation? I can't really tell. Hans manages to get rid of this pawn on the side of the board, but then now I assume we're going to see a check, and then the knight coming into the middle, and then maybe this rook can get down here. I would say that black's king is not having a great day right now. Knight up to d6 looks very good to me.
Rook d7 with knight d6, same idea with the pin now. Even stronger in a way, because now the bishop cannot take the knight. And
now both rooks working together against this black bishop. Ooh, he's trying to get this one instead. Yeah, no, I don't think Hans can defend this. It's been a really complicated game, but very nicely executed by Shimanov. Knight here and then pawn up. It feels like this must be easily winning for white, but it's about finding the right moves when you're pressured on the clock. So far, he's done it. So far, he has found the right ideas. The bishop on e7 was unable to get away because of the pressure. The bishop couldn't move since the rook then would have been lost. So the bishop will be captured now by Shimanov. No, he blunders. He blunders.
He
blunders.
C5
The bishop comes
move.
out and he shakes his head. The complete turnaround. You can never feel safe when playing online blitz chess. He went from a winning position to a losing one in a single move. He captured the Black Knight, thinking that, well, if I capture his guy, he's going to capture me back. But that wasn't Hans's idea at all. Instead, his bishop came out to offer the attack on White's king in addition to the attack on the rook. And it ends up with Shimanov just giving away that game where he was looking so promising. Hans takes a 3-point lead, leading 3.5 to a half. And we're just going to have to rush over to the other game because there's an interesting time scramble. White has a bishop and a queen in exchange for a rook. That should be winning. And that means Yakuboyev, if he wins this game, he has tied the match. He's come back from a 2-0 deficit and he's done it. It's tied at 2.
Goodness me. Well, we have just witnessed Yakuboyev tying the score. Obviously, there's one more blitz game and then the bullet portion. So this is nowhere near the end. But I was just going to sum up what we saw in the earlier match too between Hans and Alexander. That was incredible how Shimanov had a completely winning position. But as you said, he counted on the I take, you take back. I forgot about the intermediate move that turned the tables fully for Hans. But I think even after we saw the resignation, what you could see on Hans's face, that obviously those games, no one is celebrating to win that way. He knows that he was lost and it doesn't feel good to win that way, but you take it. If your opponent gives it to you, you take it.
There are those people who feel like the best wins are the undeserved wins. I'm not going to be naming any names, but those people certainly exist. And wow, look at this game. What of central formation between Sarana and Yakuboyev. I will say that Sarana, having lost 2 games in a row, it's shocking that he goes into this completely chaotic position. Yakuboyev goes for the double trade. And if now Sarana captures back the pawn in the middle, I think Yakuboyev is planning to continue captures, opening up an attack on the white knight in the center. I think Sarana really needs a break. He has lost 2 games in a row, and now his whole world is collapsing. The mentality required to reset after such devastating losses, 2 in a row, is it's not easy. And right now, Sarana seems to be in free fall. He might lose a 3rd game in a row.
And unfortunately for him, all of these games come one after the other, all the 3+1 games. I think you're completely right, Hammer. He just needed a few-minute break, but there's no break in the format. He might get a break, a little bit of a break before the bullet games, but by then, if he loses a 3rd game too, it might be too late. He was leading with a 2-point lead, and currently the tie and the position we see on the board, I think Yakuboyev will head to the bullet portion indeed with an advantage. He's going to win this game, winning 3 in a row and having to play the bullet, the 6 bullet games, leading in a match where he was down 2 points. Incredible turn of events.
And Yakuboyev now, if he so chooses, he can capture another pawn and have a 2-pawn lead. However, he's not going to do that because he wanted to be careful about this diagonal down towards his own king. So he says 1 pawn is good enough for me. I don't need to win a 2nd pawn. I'm now going to focus on getting my pieces into the game. And I think he was very wise to do so. And Black has the threats on the pawn and on the knight. There's also the threat of the knight coming into F2. And worth noting here, a lot of people will know this checkmating pattern where the queen sacrifices itself to give the checkmate, the smothered mate on the king in the corner. But this is not good here because the knight will capture and open up a defense with the queen capturing the smothered mate as well. So that should be avoided. And that is why Yakuboyev at this point is taking some time to think about it. He doesn't want to fall for some kind of silly trap. He knows he's about to win the third game in a row, but that's only going to happen if you keep sharp all the way.
Queen to d3, which seems like a botus gambit. Will you take the queen back 2 moves later after knight f2 check? Beautiful way of trading queens.
And white's queen cannot go anywhere. The queen cannot escape the trade. So even though you give the queen in a seemingly undefended position, it's not going anywhere. And Yakuboyev, wow, rookie, he doesn't even bother exchanging the queens because he knows that white guy is not going anywhere, and he can do it later on if he so chooses.
That is incredible. The queen hanging now. Sarana goes for it. He couldn't just leave the queen be there forever with the attack of black as well against the white king. And after the trade, the c5 pawn is hanging.
But so is the f5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still only an extra pawn for Yakuboyev. And in addition, there are some threats. The knight wants to come in, attacking both the pawn and the king. So he cannot feel safe yet. And he's getting very low on time. Time management has been a problem for him. And he needs to speed up simply.
Yeah, especially with 6 games of bullet coming right after this game. He goes for knight e4, so white doesn't have time to capture the pawn because the bishop on g5 is attacked as well.
But white tries a counterattack with the rook against black's bishop. The black bishop forced then to retreat, but black is down to just 12 seconds. Will this be enough to win the game and take the lead into the bullet portion? I'm not sure.
Knight to f6, attacking the rook and also opening the path of the black rook on the e5, now c5, and that's a pass pawn, but is it fast enough?
I mean, it can definitely create some trouble for black, for white, I mean. We see the trade, a knight for bishop trade. It eliminates some of the defenders around black's king, so the king feeling less safe. White hopes that will mean, actually also not feeling safe. There's a threat of checkmate. White needs to avoid this checkmate. Okay, and he does so.
Bishop
the bishop
C3
comes back to protect here. But now the rook attacking the bishop. Can we, another checkmate threat from the rook. It's not actually so easy to deal with for Sarana, and that's costing him a lot of time on the clock. The king takes a move into the middle, but that gives away the pawn on the side. Instead of taking the pawn, Yakuboyev moves his knight into the middle, attacking white's bishop. When the bishop moves, the pawn is ready to continue forward. I think black's pawn is going to be very tricky to deal with. I think Yakuboyev has this under control. He spent a lot of time. I was nervous about his time situation. He's still under 10 seconds at this point, but I think it's enough. I think he has the situation under control. The black pawns just look so intimidating moving forward.
Very intimidating, and he's using that 1 second increment very well. I was just going to update on the other match that Hans Niemann is cruising. He is up 4 points and is currently having a quick snack before the bullet games begin. Obviously, we are waiting for this game to finish before the bullet portion will start in both matches.
And actually, black tried to get the pawn over to the other side, but failed. The most dangerous black pawn has been eliminated, and that means both players now has chances of making something happen here. White has a pawn trying to become a new queen as well, and Yakuboyev actually gives away his knight to get rid of that pawn, and the tables have turned yet again. It's looking like Sarana will get into an endgame, which is infamous. Oh no, the check. Oh no, he cannot get. Oh yeah, no, he moves the rook away.
Pawn just yet. But even once he gets it, rook and bishop versus rook is a theoretical draw. But we already have seen a rook and knight versus rook that was supposed to be a draw, but was lost by the player trying to defend the king with the rook. So we will see another one of these upsets, in a way upset that it should be a draw, but the piece up will prevail overall with no time on the clock. It's only 1 second increment.
Yeah, no, it's such a tricky endgame. And with being so low on time, I cannot believe Yakuboyev is going to be able to defend this. I actually managed to lose this once, having just the rook. And that was despite me having several minutes on the clock. I cannot imagine managing to make a draw with just seconds. And White just has the very pleasant task of posing difficult questions to this black king. The black king is on the edge of the board. Black is doing a great job of trying to keep the white king away, but there we see the evaluation bar jumps in White's favor, then it jumps back because White didn't exploit the opportunity correctly. Now and here again a new chance, and this time there's no escaping from it. The rook coming into the corner will checkmate Black's queen. Black didn't have a choice there. The king couldn't run away because when the rook then gave the check, the black rook was actually the piece blocking the king's escape. And in the end, Yakuboyev loses a game he should have won, and it's Sarana who takes the lead going into the 1 minute section.
That was an incredible turn of events. Yakuboyev was going to win his third game in a row, but Sarana somehow found the chance not only to save the game, but even win it. Again, rook and bishop versus rook is a theoretical draw. There is a pattern to defend, but with no time on the clock, even grandmasters fail to do it.
And we're just moving forward. And we're back in the Niemann versus Shimanov match. Once again, the bishop has been exchanged, and we're going for this tricky situation where Black has the doubled pawns, but Black also has the advantage of the bishop pair. And the last time we saw a game between these two players, we saw that this sort of pawn formation was actually very beneficial for White. And once again, I would say I really like White's position. I think White has a very promising attack going. I think White is just going to move the king over here. We're going to get the rooks working together on the right-hand side, and then we start pushing the pawns up. And if he's able to execute that plan, I do believe Shimanov is going to win this game. However, Hans manages to place his knight in the middle before the king got to its desired c2 square. And now, with the exchange of queens, this actually changes the circumstances completely, because part of the reason I thought White had such a promising position was because we could create an attack pushing the pawns up on the right-hand side. And you cannot attack, well, you can attack without the queens, but it's much more difficult. So now I feel like Hans is much more in the game.
And again, it's a pair of bishops fighting against a pair of knights. The position is so far very close, but that's what Hans is trying to change by pushing f5 and trading to open up the f5. And now that rook is really active. So is the knight on e4, though. That knight on e4 immediately attacking d6, the base of the pawn chain.
Yeah, no, I would say Shimanov with this knight on e4, it's looking good for him. I wasn't thrilled about the exchange of queens, but Hans made a mistake when he allowed White to get this devastating piece. And now Hans is down 30 seconds on the clock, which is a clear indication that he's struggling to find the right moves and find a good way forward.
Now it seems like it's a position where black is holding on both with the bishop and rook guarding the d6 pawn. Just a quick reminder on the format that it is already the bullet game. There are 6 bullet games in total, and the player that will make it to 6 points in the semifinal. So in both matches, 6 points is the magical number. If you make it to 6 points, you qualify to the final.
And right now, it looks as though Hans may be able to save this game after all, but he's been down below 10 seconds for a long duration. And look at how Shimanov is trying to infiltrate with his king. Maybe he even wants to go all the way over to the other side of the board. Hans trying his best to deal with it, and he does so brilliantly because the knight is trapped. The knight has nowhere to go. What a sensational turn of events. Hans is down to just 3 seconds, but he managed to trap the knight unexpectedly, and now he's bringing his king into the game as well. Because of that extra second he gets per move, he was able to win the match, and he's now just 1 draw away from deciding this entire this match and completely destroying Shimanov in the process.
That was insane. That from a position where that knight was so beautiful on e4, because the king took over on that square, suddenly the knight had nowhere to go. Hans is dominating this match, while the other match between Saran and Yakuboyev is a tie. We will need to see what's going to happen in the remaining bullet games and who will qualify, but seems like Hans Niemann is now closer than ever to get maybe even that final qualification spot. So far, he has been doing extremely well. And just a reminder that what is at stake is a place in the overall Speed Chess Championship, where Hikaru and the rest of the field are already confirmed for a prize fund of $100,000. One of these players, one of these 4 players, will qualify to that main Speed Chess event.
I called it. Did you see that? The rook sacrificing itself for a knight, and now the knight coming up together with the rook. Shimanov is not going down without a fight. He doesn't want to get crushed by Niemann. He wants to get a win in these remaining rounds. And look at this pressure he's got going against the pawn on f3. Bishop h5 now. Bishop here. Game over for this pawn. It's a threatening... oh, wow. Pawn forward in the middle.
It felt like it wasn't needed. And Shimanov, who really is in a must-win situation, multiple times must-win, maybe he missed his chance.
Yeah, no, I thought we were going to checkmate White's king. Instead, Shimanov has won a white rook back. The problem is that we already gave away a rook earlier. So in the remaining situation, it's tied on material, both players with a rook and a minor piece each, and very good coordination. That was a fantastic play by Hans, the way he offered the rook trade and then put his knight in a position where it blocks the prospects of Black's rook. I think that was really well executed by Hans. And I think he's now doing okay to get the draw he needs to book his spot in the final. What? No, not like that.
He just dropped his rook. When you said he booked his ticket, he dropped his rook, throwing for content. Hans. No, he's not throwing for content. He thought that the rook was already not in the 7th rank.
Twitch streaming, huh? Throwing for content. Yeah, I don't think that was the case. Because
certainly not.
Yeah, no, Shimanov can be dangerous. And Shimanov has had a lot of promising situations during the course of this match. So I wouldn't put it past him to make a huge comeback. Hans really needs to put any doubt away and just get this match over with.
That is something that we certainly didn't see coming. I don't know if we have the board to even show it or just recap for a moment. He probably mouse slipped and wanted the rook to go 1 square up instead of capturing the pawn.
I don't have it.
Yeah, no worries then. It's either that he wanted the rook to go to just one square closer to him, or he forgot that the rook was still on the seventh rank.
I think it was just a blunder. I think he forgot that the black rook was still defending the pawn. He captured a pawn thinking, okay, this is good for me. You're trying to attack on the flank. I'll just grab your pawn while you're busy over there. Oh, wow. Shimanov, for the second game in a row, sacrifices his rook. Last time it was for a knight. This time it's for a bishop. What enterprising play from Shimanov. But this time I don't like it. Earlier, it was a brilliant attacking scheme. But here it just seems like white has a knight for a rook. And, well, frankly, rooks are better than knights. There hasn't been any damage done to black's pawn formation the way it happened in the previous game.
Yeah, he's trying to create weaknesses around the black king by pushing the h pawn all the way up. But if the king g7, g6 is protected, and the white king itself is not that safe if you open up the h file.
Yeah, and look at Hans just trying to use the flank to attack. Hans managed to get a pawn there, and now he's working together with the other rook. Both rooks now pointing in the queen's direction. The queen is under attack. The queen has to go. The rook then captures, gets into the position. Oh, Hans, just to be safe, manages to get a hold of white's queen. That should be sufficient for him to win. He can take this pawn as well. If the rook attacks, we can move the queen, give a check. Ooh, actually, this was not so safe because now the bishop has to go back. There's an attack. We move our king. Yes, good move by Hans, getting that queen involved. Ooh, but look at this bishop. This is just such a fantastic piece for Shimanov. This bishop is just protecting everything. It's difficult for Hans to win this game, but he doesn't need to win.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. That sadly for Shimanov, he cannot just save it. A draw means that Hans qualifies to the final. So Alexander Shimanov has to find a way to set up tricks, traps, because he needs to play this game on. And even if he wins, there's a lot more to go. Honestly, I can't find a way for black to lose this unless Hans blunders again like he did with his rook in the previous game.
Well, having done so in the previous game gives Shimanov the confidence to think it can happen. And look at the evaluation bar. Oh, wow. The evaluation bar actually thought that white had a winning position there, but then he allowed the black queen to get back into defense. That was a tremendous mistake by Shimanov, just allowing the queen to help out the king that was in trouble. But here he blunders again. Hans blunders again. The rook and a knight in exchange for a queen has done it. Shimanov wins the second game in a row. I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
In both games, the previous game was completely drawn and the second game was completely winning for Hans, and he dropped his queen. He truly played the Botas gambit this time, meaning that Shimanov is still in the match. It's very difficult. He's on 2.5 points and he needs to make it to at least 5.5 to tie the score. So he needs to win 3 more games in a row. Can he do it?
Well, look at this king. I'm saying this king position suggests game over, right? Black's king is in huge amounts of danger. Look at the bishop here, the knight wanting to come up, the queen pointing in its direction as well. Hans has given away a pawn to get into this position. But what is a pawn when you're just dominating the opponent's king? And look at the bishop. The bishop is unable to participate in the game because it's completely blocked. This surely must be the game where Hans secures his finals ticket.
Well, we have cursed him so far, so I'm hoping we are not jinxing this game too. It cannot be, right? 3 times in a row. Knight e5 threatening knight f7, or the trade on d7 undermining the defense of the g8 rook.
Yeah, and now just take this knight and then take the rook. An extra rook. How can you mess up an extra rook?
He was Come on, queen, Hans. Though. He takes the knight. Now the rook is hanging. It seems completely hopeless for Shimano, but so was the previous game. The only difference, Hans has more time here. It's not the last few seconds of the game, and it's also not move 40 or 50 when they have been playing on for so long.
And Hans gets to capture a rook, but at the same time, there's counter chances. Hans only needs a draw. So Hans just takes the rook and he says, well, at best, you're down 2 rooks. At best, you're going to get a repetition. And you're not even getting that because actually the queen has no way to give a check on white's king. And the white queen is successful in getting back into defense. Hans is going to take it. We're not going to leave the game just yet because 2 rooks, we don't feel that confident in Hans's conversions. But it should be enough this time to get that final.
I think this is it. He needed this 3rd game. There it is, the official qualification of Hans Niemann to the final. And his opponent, we don't know who is going to be his opponent because Yakuboyev versus Sarana is a tie. Oh, we have just added 1 more point to Sarana. No longer a tie, but only a 1 point difference. And Yakuboyev here with the white pieces needs to win to make up for that previous game. I still cannot believe that Hans, only needing a draw and being up a queen in the previous game, losing a rook in the earlier game. What was that?
Speaking of what was that, I'm saying, what is this? Did you see those captures? The knight going here, taking everything, and then the black knight kind of did something similar. And in the end of it, it's Sarana who has the 2 bishops in a very open position. And open positions are positions where there are not so many pawns, so that the bishops don't get blocked by their own pawns or by their opponents' pawns. And as such, black has a significant advantage here, which is very crucial because if Sarana wins this game, he will have made it his way into the final.
Very important, that magical 6 points. That's the number all of these players need, 11 games in total. So as soon as he makes it to 6, it will be official. You called it hammer. You said, I think the 2 players that will be in the finals, Hans Niemann versus Alexei Sarana. Sarana is this 1 game close to the qualification too, while Hans Niemann is already there waiting. Well, not waiting, they are playing the final bullet game, I believe, but the result is confirmed. Hans Niemann is 1 match win away from qualifying to the overall Speed Chess Championship.
And Sarana is 1 game away from qualifying to the final, which can get him to the Speed Chess Championship main event. But Yakuboyev has done a great job here of preventing the bishops from showing how good they can be. And now he's even going for the trade of bishops. And Sarana accepts that trade request. I do not like that play from Sarana. Yes, I agree. Move that bishop away. You want to keep that for the long term. Now get this bishop away, get the rook up in the middle. There's still potential here for black to come out victorious in this matchup. Yes, rook up, I like it. Sarana has an advantage on the board. He has an advantage on the time, but he does not have more pieces than the opponent. So he needs to make some trickery with his bishops to get the win.
And that trickery, let's see, what can it be? He goes back to e5, guarding the c7 pawn. Rook d7, offering the rook to be captured by the bishop, but that would have created an incredibly strong passed pawn, unstoppable passed pawn. It would have been.
But what about now? Now you can take it.
Yeah, and now it's different.
Now it's different because the knight does not control the queening square. So the pawn has been stopped in its tracks. Yakuboyev instead trying to attack the rook and bishop at the same time, but he's unsuccessful. Sarana has used his king to block this very important white pawn, and that means actually no, this is tricky. Oh, look at those pawns. Oh, look at those pawns. They can just be captured. They're standing one after the other, ready to be taken out. But Sarana does a good job of making sure that they weren't captured in an unfortunate manner. It remains to be seen what will happen here, but it looks good for Serrana. There's not a lot of pawns left, though, on the board. Black is up a rook in exchange for a knight. Both players have pawns on separate sides of the board. The black pawn will start advancing on the left-hand side, forcing the white pieces to start moving over there. But so far, I mean, this knight is blocking the pawn's further advance.
And it's opposite colored bishops, meaning that the black bishop can never deal with the light squared bishop, guarding the c4 square. Maybe now with the king on d4, indeed, finally black can push the pawn. The blockade was no longer possible with black's pieces being so active. I think Serrana has it. He's about to convert this endgame and qualify to the final, but we've already cursed Hans Niemann, so I think nothing is guaranteed.
No, and knights are so tricky. And this knight is just jumping around. Both players just 2 seconds left. It's so easy to make a mistake with just 2 seconds left. And Yakuboyev is moving. I mean, Yakuboyev literally has just seconds every time he moves.
He made a move with like 0.01 second on the clock.
It's crazy. And he's still in it, but now the pawn can move forward. Is this pawn becoming a new queen? Yes, it is.
What? He plays the knight on f4. Why did he do that? Maybe there was no other way anymore. But wait.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you see that? The reaction from the evaluation bar. The knight fork would have won the game for white. Oh my God.
Down a queen, but he missed it. He missed it, and with that win, Alexei Serrana, after all this chaotic mess in the endgame, qualifies to the final two to face Hans Niemann for that one qualification spot in the Overall Speeches Championship.
It was a queen for a pawn, a queen for a pawn, and still white had an opportunity to win the game. The knight could have come with a fork on the king and on the queen. As the king moves away, the knight comes in. The knight threatens the bishop, and when the bishop moves, the pawn is ready to move forward. That was actually a two-queen blunder. Not only did he blunder his own queen, the resulting position would have meant that white would have gotten a new queen as well. What a shocker. But it just goes to show that when you only have 2 seconds left on the clock, no one can predict what is going to happen.
Very true, very true. And those of you asking when the final will be, today, right after these games are over and we take a short break, these two players, Alexei Serrana and Hans Niemann, will be back to face each other today. So they are playing now the final bullet game here, Serrana versus Yakuboyev. The result no longer matters for the qualification though, but it's 11 games in total. They are finishing their match. And after this match and the short break, we will see Hans Niemann versus Alexei Serrana for that one qualification spot.
Whew. I'm stressed out already.
I know. I think we will need the break more than the players.
Oh, yeah. No, that was exciting, wasn't it?
It has been insane, and the fact that there was still a chance with the queen down, and Hans also lost the game with the queen up.
Yeah. Anything can happen in bullet. And I know a lot of people who feel like, well, with 1 second increments, they're never really that bad on time. They always have a second to make their move. But today has proven that 1 second thinking time is never enough to guarantee you find a good, solid move. Very
true. Very true. Here's Serrana. Even if this game does not matter for the qualification to the final, he already is confirmed. He has qualified, but it matters for one's confidence. He still needs to be playing. He will need to face now Hans Niemann. So I'm sure he's trying his very best in this game to just keep being in his peak shape, be sharp, be fast, because he's gonna need all that against Hans. let's see, after knight h4, knight e1, he decided not to trade on h4 because that would have made the black queen get into the game with a check. But now he allowed the queen capturing on b3. The base of the pawn chain has fallen. And yet the evaluation bar is screaming because the f5 pawn has been left alone.
Yeah, a blunder there by Yakuboyev. Now white's queen is ready to infiltrate. The queen coming in gives a check and takes the knight with the check. And then we, well, basically capture everything. So in the end, Serrano comes out with a nice 7-4 score. But we know the match was way closer than that.
It was very close. I cannot believe what our eyes have witnessed in several of those games, in both matches of the semifinals. But here we have it, both Alexei Serrano and Hans Niemann, the favorites that you called in the quarterfinals, out as the potential two players to stand at the end. They are the ones to play in the final match, which will be right now, right here, after a short break. So Hammer and I will take a very quick break because we need it. We need a breather. And once we are back after a short break, these two will decide which one of them will be in the Speed Chess Championship main event together with Hikaru, with Fabiano, and the rest of the crew for a prize fund of $100,000. Not a bad prize fund, but only one of them can make it. Don't go anywhere. The match will begin in a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Super Swiss. This is the final of the finals. The knockout format has led to only 2 players standing, and now we are upping the stakes by also adding more games. We will start with the 2 games of 2-minute, 1-second increment blitz games, but then we will move on to 4 games of 3-minute, 1-second increment blitz games and finish with 8 bullet games. This is the format to decide whether it's going to be Alexei Sarana or Hans Niemann who qualifies to the overall Speed Chess Championship. Hammer, what do you think of this matchup? You called it. You said that these 2 will win the finals. And how has been the path to the finals for these 2 players?
I think Sarana has been fantastic. I think his match against Bortnick was amazing, and coming out on top of that was a statement from him. But on the other hand, Hans Niemann has been dominating every single match he's played. I think maybe we haven't given him enough attention, considering that he was playing against he wasn't the one playing Bortnick, and I'm thinking that if Niemann had to play Bortnick, he may have been able to defeat the Ukrainian as well. I'm actually going to go ahead and say Niemann wins this final.
All right, I'm going to pick then Sarana. So we have a little bit of a battle here between Hammer and me. And in terms of the score, what the players need, I believe the magical number now is 7. No, 6.5.
7.5.
7.5. I'm so bad at numbers. 7.5. That's a lot of points. This is the very first game, starting with 5+1 as the time control.
Yeah, and here we see a plan that Niemann used in his semifinal against Shimanov, now being used against him by Sarana, executing this minority attack where the 2 pawns White has on the queen side will try to advance and attack the 3 pawns Black has on that side. So here we see Hans having to deal with the plan he himself used earlier.
And he goes for a5. That's another way to handle the minority attack, to then push c5. Again, we have this d5 isolated pawn, meaning that a knight on d4 is feeling really cozy there, blocking the weak pawn of Black. But usually an isolated pawn does give quite some activity to the Black pieces in this case, and the knight can jump to e4, open c5 toward the White queen.
Hans has some chances here using the I think in particular the rook pointing down on White's queen, the queen having to move, and then the rook maybe can get up into an active position, threatening against the pawn on the side. He's really getting his pieces into active positions. And the major weakness for Black is the pawn on d5. But that pawn isn't really, it's not easy for White to attack it anytime soon.
And now he's thinking how to capture that bishop, since you have 3 pieces that can take, and he chooses the one that changes the pawn structure. So there's no longer an isolated pawn. D takes e4.
White still has a very well-placed knight in the center, but Black, I feel, can try to attack on the king side because there are not a lot of pieces, white pieces, on that side of the board.
I wonder how the game will proceed now. It's looking nice with the double rooks on the c file, but the knight is guarding the c2 square. Are you okay, Hammer? Or do you need a moment of break? I can just stay on if you need a moment to help with the eyes. I don't want you to struggle here. Please take a moment. It's been a long broadcast. We've been here for hours and hours and hours, and this is now the finals. I don't know if you have eye drops or anything that can help with the eyes.
I think I'll be fine.
Yeah? You're good there.
And another person who's going to be fine is Niemann. I think infiltrating now with his queen up against White's queen, I think he wants this trade because he actually wants a very unorthodox method of attack. I think he wants to place both his rooks working together here on the fourth rank, two rooks attacking towards the pawn on the side. And it's not clear to me how Serrana would have been able to defend against that plan. So he chooses not to go for the queen trade.
Not to go for the queen trade, but that means that at the moment it looks a little bit overcrowded, the situation with the white pieces holding on to the a4 pawn in a somewhat passive way. But maybe it's a good moment to indeed chase the black queen away from b4, rook b1, and now the queen can also move away from the protection of the a4 pawn.
Yeah, it just seems to me that black has the more active pieces. And the knight now coming into the d3 square, where it's soundly protected by a pawn. This knight is going to be a thorn in White's side for some time to come. We just got to make sure that the pawn protecting the knight is protected. And Hans has done that here, creating a pawn chain, pawns defending each other up the board.
Very nice pawn chain. If we count the knight on d3, it's a connect 4, which my community always appreciates. I guess officially it would only be if it's a pawn on d3, but we gotta call it connect 4 anyway. The queen now comes back to c4, dominating that open c file, and the other open file, the d file, doesn't feel the same way open because of those two knights blocking the way.
Yeah, but did you see here? Hans was the one going back and forth. And then Serrana, despite being lower on time, despite having the computer's evaluation against him in that there's more black than yellow, than white on the side of the board, he actually was the one to try to go for the win there. And I think that's going to be a decision he regrets in time. Because I'm not sure I would feel comfortable here with the white pieces.
Yeah, you are right. It's a strange decision that he wants to push to try to play for a win. He is now playing knight to c6, offering a trade between the minor pieces.
And Hans just takes out that knight, but the black king is actually not feeling safe at all. And it's now in check. There's a white rook coming in to get a checkmate. And I must say, I am shocked that the analysis bar is saying that this is an equal position, because to me, this looks like checkmate. And there we go. The bar completely white on the side of the board. Serrana sacrificed a pawn, but he managed to open up for his rook to get that threatening attack in towards black's king.
Yeah.
I guess Serrana knew what he was doing. These Russians, huh?
And the thing is, with the evaluation bar jumping, it must mean that Hans chose the wrong square for the king, but it felt like it's almost the same. Do you go to f7, g7, or h7? It looks very similar.
I guess maybe he had to move this king here and then move his queen. And then,
even then, maybe queen.
Yeah, no, even then, I don't even know how to save that. To me, so it seemed like a hopeless position once this queen came in. Yeah. And Hans, he just resigned. He just couldn't see a defense for this rook coming in. Whatever you did, that rook was coming in to give a check, force the king further up, and then the queen will give the checkmate. So we just move on to the next game. Serrana taking the lead early on, which is not looking great for our little bet. He's just
I should have betted on something big, like a box of chocolate or one chocolate bar at least. We didn't specify the price. Oh no.
Well, we're fighting for honor, and right now it does seem like Serrana, maybe I underestimated him, if that's even possible after what we've seen so far today. We've been bragging so much about this Russian's play, but it's just that Hans has been so dominating in his matches as well. I thought maybe he's actually come here to win the whole thing. And remember, Savrana being Russian, he's playing at way past midnight, his local time. Whereas Hans, I think, is in the US, which means he's playing in the evening. And yet, it is Savrana taking the lead in this matchup. And as game 2 progresses, I must say, I kind of like Savrana's position again. Because
I like it too. In the previous game, I was just going to add that we thought he was going to regret not taking the draw, but he proved us wrong. He sacrificed the pawn for that attack with the queen and the rook against the black king, and it was enough because Hans couldn't find the right defense.
Yeah. I was going to say I like Black's position here. And then I kind of changed my mind because Savrana just gave away a pawn for what I thought was no good reason at all. So now Hans has an extra pawn, which makes me feel less bad about the situation with the so-called isolated pawn in the center, the pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns, simply because, well, we can afford to lose this guy because we already have an extra one on the side of the board.
I agree with you that it's now looking better for white for the fact that he can afford to drop that pawn for the initiative. He no longer needs to be holding on to that isolated pawn. I wonder if Hans will now use this moment to bring that f1 rook into the game too, or is he trying to protect the pawn on d4, queen to d3? It wouldn't have been a move, I guess. It still allows the capture of the pawn, and then the queen needs to move again. Or bishop takes d4, obviously. Yeah, if rook takes d4, the knight takes f6 needs to be taken into account hugely.
Yeah, no, I don't understand what's going on here. I feel like this pawn could have just been captured by Black's bishop. Instead, he chose to move his bishop into the corner. What is that? The corner is literally the worst placement for any bishop. Well, any piece, really. Most pieces are bad in the corner, but bishops in particular only having one direction of attack, that is suboptimal.
I'm not sure why he didn't take, but now the knight made it to c5 in the meantime, and the pawn has survived.
Yeah. And this knight is getting great protection from the white pawns as well. Hans up a pawn. It doesn't seem obvious how you should deal with it. Now just move the bishop, have that bishop protecting your pawn in the middle, maybe play your pawn forward on the side as well. It just seems to me that white is doing great, and white is very happy to be up a pawn. Now we can start pushing these guys on the left-hand side.
He pushes a3 solid to protect the pawn structure further. He still needs to bring the f1 rook into the game too, but so far it has been just about making sure that no pawns are dropping.
And in time, okay. No pawns are dropping, yet Savrana has chosen this moment to capture in the middle. The computer bar rushes up with extra expectations for white. Niemann, he gets his rooks attacking the knight, but the problem is the pawn comes forward to protect. I don't see why this is so good for white. Black got the pawn back, the pawn we were missing, and yet the engines say this is fantastic for white.
Is it supposed to be f4? I was going to say even maybe one move earlier, but now too it seems promising because of the pins, and once you undermine this e5 pawn.
Yeah, so if the pawn captures on f4, Hans might be able to capture in the middle. I'm not sure I calculated this correctly, but there are some really tricky situations here where there are like massive trickery. The queen cannot be captured because of checkmate in the end. And let's see if that is the situation we get, because Serrana is spending some time thinking about this. He's wondering what happens if I take the pawn, because Hans cannot take back with the queen, because then White's queen will remove itself from the defense of the bishop. Actually, this is not very clear because there's a rook here. But then there's a knight here.
92 is a mess.
Opening up an attack while attacking the king. It's chaos, I tell you. So I completely understand Serrana needing to take a think here. He chooses to move the rook away. Then he moves the knight away. And then he sacrifices his rook for Hans's knight. I think giving away the pawn in the middle, that was okay-ish. But I'm not sure about sacrificing the rook. Clearly, Serrana's intention was to eliminate all of White's pawns on the left side of the board so that he can focus his attention on the right side. But if Serrana completes his plan by capturing on a3, then Hans, I think, will sacrifice and create an attack. Now, I was going to say
like
this
there has
pawn
to
moves
be.
forward.
I was calculating this too.
Did Hans see all of this?
He may have, and if rook e8, rook d8, that was the point we thought.
This is just shocking.
I think
did he really calculate all of that?
I would believe so, because that has to be the idea. He's letting Serrana take the pawn because of rook takes f5. Instead, Serrana goes for rook c8, attacking the bishop.
Serrana gets another pawn in the middle, but Hans is very happy he got to keep his pawn on the left-hand side, because when you are the attacking part, having pawns on both sides of the board is massively to your advantage, because then the defensive task becomes so much more difficult trying to defend both on the right side and on the left side.
Very true. He simply makes a sidestep with the king out of the check, and in this moment it's a minor piece and a pawn that tries to compensate for a full rook, but those rooks could be double rooks in a moment with rook e7.
And they're pointing together against the black pawn. If the pawn moves forward, the rooks will come in and actually give checkmate. The rooks working brilliantly together with the bishop. So Serrana cannot move that pawn forward. Instead, he tries to start a counterattack, getting his rook up, attacking White's king. The White king has to step forward. Then there's a knight giving another check, trying to lure this king into trouble. The knight continues with its checks. I think the king will have to step out on the middle of the board. But on the other hand, pieces in general are perfectly placed in the middle. So this may have been what Hans was hoping for.
Wait a second, he's going for checks that may not have been optimal. Why did he not?
Yeah, no, it was very tricky play from Serrana.
Oh, he can't take because
Hans
95.
had captured the pawn, the knight would have created a fork on both the rook and king. So it turns out moving the king up was in fact a very bad idea. And Serrana has made huge strides in trying to eliminate the white pawns. We said that it was advantageous for black to get rid of all pawns on one side of the board. We just assumed that one side would be the left-hand side. Instead, Serrana now is very close to eliminating the last pawn Hans has on the right-hand side. It's just that he needs to watch out for checkmates, because if black were to take this pawn now, the bishop would come in, say check on the king, and then the bishop moves, giving checkmate. So that the idea has to be avoided. And Serrana does so by moving his king further up the board, basically just trying to escape the attack Hans has going on. The knight gives a check. But there's a checkmate. Hans had so many checkmating ideas.
just when he thought that he was out of danger, let's just show this final moment because the players will now take a quick break and us too in a moment. But Hammer, I think we need a replay, slow-mo on this final step or two.
So the knight came in, checking the king. The king moves away. And Serrana thought that he had offered enough protection to his king to safely eliminate that last white pawn on the right-hand side. And he thought, well, if you go here and give a check, I can just move my king up. But that wasn't Hans's plan. He went with the bishop in from behind, with the rook taking care of any escape route the king had imagined. And it was a checkmate. I think in the end, it was deserved. And we're tied at 1 point each.
Just when we thought that Serrana had it under control and he managed to escape, Hans had one more checkmate pattern, meaning that it's 1-1 indeed. We will take a very quick break, and after that we are back with the remainder of the match. 4 games of 3+1 will follow, another blitz portion, and then 8 games of bullet chess to decide who will be the deserving winner that qualifies to the overall Speed Chess Championship, where Hikaru is the defending champion and the prize fund is $100,000. Don't go anywhere. One of these players will qualify to that very important event. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Speed Chess Super Swiss with only 2 players standing. We started with 16 players who qualified from yesterday's event, and now it's up to the remaining two grandmasters, Alex Sarana versus Hans Niemann. Well, we have seen in the blitz portion. Hammer, how would you describe this second game and overall, who do you consider a favorite? You called Hans as the potential winner. I'm voting for Sarana. Have you changed your mind since, or are you holding on to that decision?
No, I gotta stick with my choice, but we've seen that this is a match of heavyweights. These two players are both deserving winners. They are posing problems for each other. They're both able to win against each other, but they've also proven themselves in the matches leading up to the final. And I'm gonna say it's anyone's match. And as I say that, we're starting the 3-minute games. Hans Niemann playing his opening way quicker. It's a difficult adjustment for the players when you move from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. However, this opening phase is going especially fast because they have already played this opening against each other in the previous game, in the 5-minute section. And that's why they can play so quickly. And Hans here moves forward with his knight, attacking the pawn on h2 and managing to capture it as well. But that was a sacrifice from Sarana. And Sarana is playing very quickly. I suspect that the Russian is in some home preparation. And that is how seriously they take these matches. They are bringing out all their guns, including using all their best openings to win this tournament, to win the $4,000 knockout first prize, but most importantly, to qualify for the Speed Chess Championship main event coming up in November.
Indeed, it does feel like Sarana is still in his preparation. I wonder how much of this is Hans's preparation. He was thinking for a moment, trying to recall the lines. He pushes the kingside pawns to get rid of the pin. That was a very annoying pin on that f6 knight. And with the knight on f5, there's a lot of pressure around the black king. After rook d1, another one of these tuition chokes where the bishop was hanging, but the queen is obviously more important. We still don't see any move of the bishop from h4, but bishop takes g4 instead, another intermediate move capturing the knight.
Hans manages to get rid of White's bishop, but in doing so, he has severely weakened the pawns protecting his own king. And Sarana will try to exploit this to create a checkmating attack. And wow, what a play from Sarana. He has not sacrificed enough just yet. He moves his pawn forward. That pawn can be captured by the black bishop. But if the pawn is captured, the white queen will join the party and create more threats around black's king. It looks to me like Hans is just getting killed by opening preparation. How rare is it to see in a blitz game people using their absolute best openings? That proves how much there's at stake here.
A lot at stake when it comes to the qualification to the main speed chess event. As we mentioned, $100,000 is the prize fund there, where Hikaru is the defending champion. That's why he is not playing here. He obviously has qualified multiple times by winning last year's event. And even yesterday in the Swiss tournament, he participated just for the funds and the first prize, but he cannot qualify twice. Queen g5 now, and it still feels like even if it's not an immediate checkmate threat, there's not much black can do to chase the white pieces away from the black king.
Yeah, and the queen steps away from the f5 square so that it's now possible to move the knight there. I think that was Sarana's intention. Oh no, even simpler, just take the pawn on the side of the board, putting the queen in an attacking position towards the black king. Hans tries to trade, but now I think maybe I would move the knight away and not capture the black knight because I would rather concentrate on my attack going towards black's king.
But if knight
Honestly,
f5, I
yeah,
was just thinking,
honestly,
can
this
black
is
sacrifice that knight on h6 to at least slow down the attack for a moment, or is it not slow enough?
yeah, no, to me, it still looks like a complicated game. I think the key to winning this position is not at all obvious for Sarana. And if he plays the wrong move, this is the kind of position where one wrong move can take it from a winning position for white to becoming a winning position for black. Because look at these bishops. Hans has pointing down towards the white king. We're equal on material. If the knight captures back the black knight, this could still go any way. And both players have spent a lot of time trying to calculate. It's now Sarana's turn to figure out, oh my, that is the sickest move I have ever seen.
That's why he calculated. I was gonna say last time he spent this long thinking, it was because he found a killer combination, and he's doing it again. He's offering the rook for free. If the queen takes it, the knight check will win the queen. If the bishop takes it, the queen is blocked through the 6th rank.
That is unbelievable. The queen cannot capture. The bishop cannot capture because the bishop would then leave the protection of the g7 square, and white would be able to finish with a checkmate. Unbelievable move. And he just captured Hans's queen.
Rook d6.
And the worst thing is the evaluation bar was still saying it's an unclear position, because look at this attack black has going towards the white queen. There's just nothing obvious about this game.
No, this was insane. I was just gonna say that I had the feeling he's calculating one of those lines, as he did in the previous occasion, that it was a winning combination. But according to the evaluation bar, there was still some defense. For Hans, it is now 10 seconds left on the clock and a queen down. The only chance for him is that this rook will make it to h8, winning the queen. But the king has so far been in a check and is continuing to be in a check.
Yeah, but there's still some pressure here, and there's also the idea of attacking along the side. I mean, it feels obviously it should be winning for white, but it's not so obvious with the bishop pair still in play. However, Hans didn't find a way to defend there. He felt he had to give away the bishop pair, and then white's task immediately becomes much easier. However, look at this. Hans still has a plan, an idea to push forward his pawn. However, the pawn is lost. Sarana.
That check. Oh, okay.
Hans is making a comeback.
He certainly has a lot better chances than ever in this game. It still feels like, because the c5 pawn drops, he will have a hard time holding it together. But
look at the coordination. The bishop protects the rook protects the pawn, and Hans is visibly upset there at the end, which is because when he moved his king up, the queen came in, and there's a threat to the bishop. But if the bishop is protected, the queen also comes in to give the checkmate. Hans, I think, performed admirably in that game. He faced some very tricky preparation from Sarana. He almost survived a very dangerous situation. But in the end, the Russian prevailed with what was throughout the game a winning attack.
It felt like a masterpiece, especially with that rook d6, beautiful tactical pattern, giving up a full rook. Yet Hans almost made it back into the game. You are right, Hammer. He is a trooper. He kept on playing even when the position was completely lost and almost saved it.
Yeah, and here I think Hans has gone wrong early on. I must say I really like Black's position. I think this pawn in the middle is a big problem for White, but I gotta say I don't like that decision. Savrana choosing to capture the pawn, but there was a concrete reason why. I thought taking the pawn was bad because then White will manage to capture a black pawn in return. But the idea was that when this bishop returns, the knight wants to attack both the bishop and the rook. And that has caused problems for Hans now. Hans needed to move the bishop back to defend this c2 square, but then comes the black bishop pointing against the rook while at the same time opening up the attack from Black's rook on said bishop. And our evaluation bar is screaming out that Black is doing very well. The question is how. I'm going to say pawn to f5 attacks the bishop, and the bishop cannot find a good square. The bishop needs to keep its protection of the c2 square, so to prevent the black knight from getting there. However, you cannot do that in a good way, and here the in-between move knight f3 has left Hans losing a second game in a row, and he needs to calm down now because this match is running away with him from him. Let's take a replay of that last situation. The bishop could not retreat in a good way because if it did, the exchange of rooks followed by the knight coming in would be a devastating double attack from which White could not recover. Instead, Hans tried being tricky, moving his bishop away from a vulnerable square while attacking the black knight in the process. But then the black rook comes up. The rook offers protection to the knight, but the rook can be traded. And so you think, well, he can take the knight next move. No, the knight runs away. The king comes up to attack the knight, but as the pawn recaptures the rook, it also gives protection to the knight. Like everything was working out for Savrana in that game.
It has been an incredible last two games for Savrana, and the psychological side of it is that Hans needs to stop the bleeding. Sometimes you might want to go for, even if it's a draw, but just something that stops the streak and just calm down. There's still a chance, many games left. This is the 3+1 portion, and then there will be 8 games of bullet chess. So plenty of games where he can make up for the 2-point disadvantage. But first comes first, he needs to just put all those games behind him and calm down.
And I'm not sure he's been able to do that. Hans has chosen the King's Indian opening, an opening known for being very aggressive, but also very risky. And Savrana has done a great job here of gaining a positional advantage. In particular, the pawn on c5 is in trouble. And here Savrana is trying to get his pieces aimed at this pawn, hoping that Hans will have to go on the defensive in order to protect himself. However, if Savrana moves the queen up now, Hans is planning to sacrifice his rook in the middle, allowing the white knight to capture the rook because he feels that this rook wasn't really that valuable anyway, and I want to just advance my pawns further forward. In this specific circumstance, there's also a fork, so that wouldn't work out well for white at all. But I predict, fork or not, if Hans is given the option to move the rook up here, he's gonna do just that. And I think for that reason, Savrana got nervous about this rook joining the party. So he made trades to make sure that the white pawn was blocking the rook. But wow.
Now knight takes d5, though, that wins a pawn because the queen on g5 is hanging. So there's no time to take with the pawn on d5.
Yeah, no, this game has been all tricks, and it's been all Hans making the tricks, and he has secured himself a pawn advantage. But it's not just any pawn. It's this pawn in the middle, which is doing a fantastic job of restricting white's bishop. This is a pawn that in itself is good enough to win the game.
this is the chance that Hans needed. I think what we were saying that he needs to first of all mentally and psychologically be ready for just the cooling himself down, forgetting about those games. And I think he's back on track, full focus on this game, which could be the first one that he wins in this 3+1 portion. There will be 8 more bullet games too. Just a reminder, many games are left, and the magical number is 7.5 points. The player that makes it to 7.5 is the winner of today's event and qualifies to the main speed chess event.
We even have one more 3-minute game left. So Hans can still tie up the score before the 1-minute section. But in order to do so, he must win this game, which is looking amazing. The rook together with the bishop pointing in against white's bishop and the white pawn. I cannot imagine a world in which Hans messes up this advantage. I would just move my rook to the side here so that I'm ready to get another rook into the attack. Ooh, a knight joining the party. That's also good.
That's
the
very
knight
logical
attacking
too.
both the king and rook. And when the knight is captured, it opens up for the bishop to do the same thing the knight was intending earlier. And Sarana resigns. It's an important win for Hans to stay within striking range.
Very important, and this will be yet another 3+1 blitz game before we move on to the bullet section. Hans with the white pieces and also that boost that you get when you make a comeback after a losing streak. Very important for Hans. Queen e7 here, and once that pawn on e5 is well protected, black can finish development castle kingside or push the d pawn.
And Sarana is spending some time here thinking, which is surprising to me because I thought this is a well-known opening. He does push his pawn up in the middle, but as does Hans. And we have a tricky situation here with 2 pairs of pawns standing up towards each other. We see a lot of trades, but in the end, it's white who sits pretty with the bishop pair and tries to claim an advantage because of that. But if you're going to claim an advantage from the bishops, you better move your bishop back and avoid the trade.
Yes, but that means that so far both kings are still in the middle of the war and no one is castling just yet. Knight d5 offers the queen trade and the king is the one that takes back.
Sarana feels that his position is good despite white's bishop pair, because he has some potential of jumping forward with his knight on the left-hand side of the board. But interestingly, I really like this move from Hans. The pawn moves forward on the side, which prevents the black knight wanting to move there itself. But also it means that we can maybe push this pawn further up later on. And I think Hans now is going to make the trade, bishop for knight. He's going to get his rook attacking the bishop. The bishop has to move, but then he can capture. No, he cannot. He cannot capture this. Yes, he can. I'm trying to decide.
No.
Can you capture this pawn? It allows the rook to come down and say check on the king and check on the rook. But as the black rook is busy capturing in the corner, white will be able to capture a black rook as well. And white in this situation is up a pawn. And so these are the calculations Hans was making, and he has decided that this was the way to play. However, Sarana now has the option of playing rook d1, which will guarantee the trade of rooks because the bishops work on opposite colors. The black bishop on the light squares, the white bishop on the dark squares. There's a very big chance of a blockade, and both players realize that there's no winning this position. They agree to a draw.
And that saves energy for the 8 bullet games that are to come. And we gonna take a very short break before that final decisive segment. This match is such a close one. Hans made a comeback in a very important, crucial moment. And with 8 bullet games to go, I think there's every chance for Hans to fully turn the tables, but Sarana has been performing really well too. I'm sticking to my pick. Sarana will win, but Hammer, I think this is going to be a very close one. We're going to take a very short break and then see the final 8 bullet games that will decide who qualifies to the $100,000 Speed Chess main event. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Super Swiss. This is our number million. It feels like, but this is the final and most exciting segment, Hammer, because we've got the two players, the last two grandmasters standing, facing each other in the bullet portion, the final segment. Hans Niemann versus Alexei Sarana. Sarana with a 1-point lead, but there will be 8 games of 1+1, 1 minute with 1 second increment. And the player that wins today's match will qualify to the Speed Chess Championship main event for a $100,000 prize fund. Hammer, your thoughts? The game has started, so we gotta just jump into the game, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's going to go down to the wire. I wouldn't be surprised if we need every single 1 minute game to decide this. And here we see Sarana using an opening that has brought him success previously in this match. The early conflict between the pawns. White may want to trade and get the knight up into the attack like he did earlier. No, Sarana is switching up his openings to stay unpredictable in this 1 minute portion. And here he's moving his pawns forward. Notice how the pawns, one pawn on a light square, one pawn on a dark square. They're really controlling the center of the board.
And with that check, it means that Black won a bit of time so that he didn't have to go back to d6. It wasn't looking very promising. At the same time, we will still need to see what Black will do about those pawns, because e5 is a move that is promising for White regardless, even if it's not a fork.
And Hans is struggling to adjust to the clock, a new clock situation, the new time control. And he's down 30 seconds on the clock. And Sarana getting the rook in, pointing towards the Black bishop and the Black knight behind it. I do not like Black's position at all. I think Hans is in all sorts of trouble, both on time, but more importantly, on the board. And wow, look at this. He's giving away his bishop so that he can get his pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. However, this queening square is well protected by the Black pieces. And there's so many things being captured right now. Hans is down to just 10 seconds on the clock. This guy can be captured.
5. He needs to make a move. Queen c6, threatening checkmate.
But the queen steps in, protects the knight, and then he starts the attack on Black's queen and on Black's bishop. There's trades. Oh, that's a decisive trade. It's the same trick Hans used against Sarana in an earlier game. We got to look at a quick little replay there. The knight captures a bishop, but also opens up an attack between the queens. And when the queens are exchanged, the knight will be able to save itself from being captured by the pawn because it moves in the queen exchange. But we just got to keep on going because the next game has already started. Hans now with a 2-point deficit. It's not looking good for him.
Not looking good. The position is also a bit drier than the previous ones we have seen. Yet in a bullet game, anything can happen in a completely equal position too. As you said, it's difficult to switch from time format, from one time control to the other. They are now facing the final segment, which is bullet after many blitz games they have just played. So let's see if after this warm up, now Hans is more into the bullet mode and will manage to score.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, but I think I like Hans's position right now. I think I would start pushing some pawns on the left side of the board. The Black queen is kind of out of play on the side here, and I think that should be one of Black's main priorities, just getting that queen back into the game.
Knight e5 was offering a knight trade, but Hans said, no, I want that knight on e6 because that would be a multiple fork.
You cannot allow that knight into that square. So once again, Sarana tries to offer the trade, but I think Hans is just going to move his knight back and attack the queen, avoiding exchanges here, keeping as many pieces on the board as is possible.
So another one of the offers, then this time he succeeds getting rid of the knights.
And I don't like this for Hans at all. I think the trades here and now pushing the pawn forward in the middle. I think black, if anyone, it's black who has the better game once you push forward in the center. I'm very surprised Serrana is taking so much time here because pushing that pawn forward also helps in terms of getting the queen back into a defensive position. It appears Serrana has disconnected. Serrana has lost his internet connection. That's why he's spending so much time here in what is an obvious move. Clearly, he wants to capture the pawn on e5, but he lost his connection. Now he's back, but is he back in time to not avoid losing on time? No, he's not. He got the superior position, but he lost his internet connectivity and he didn't make it back in time. That's a devastating defeat for Serrana. And he was never going to lose that game, in my opinion.
He was never gonna. But it's online chess, and the connection, unfortunately, is part of the game. He already lost a game where he was about to make a move against Bortnik, but couldn't because of the lag. And now this was a disconnection. He didn't make it back in time. He has to make it back in time. So disconnection doesn't lose, but you need to have time on the clock by the time you come back to the Chess.com live chess arena. Hans has taken that point. It counts. Is his online chess, but hoping that Serrana will have a stable connection for the rest of the games.
Yeah, and we have a really interesting situation. Look at these 4 pawns up against each other on the right-hand side of the board. But these pawns are also the only thing blocking a potential attack for the white rook down towards the black king. This is a very tricky situation. And I kind of like Serrana's position because it feels if anything is opening up here, it's going to be for the white rooks pointing towards the black king. It's going to be in the rook's favor. Mm-hmm. However, Hans is being very clever here because he's saying, I'm not going to capture your pawns. I want you to capture my pawns. And this is important because black's bishop is traditionally one of the best pieces on the board, but here it's being blocked by his own pawn. So Hans would very much like to see a trade happen here because then it would open up for the bishop. So he moved his pawns up. He created this tricky situation with the pawns, but then he's just standing there. And the tension of these pawns is actually working in black's favor because black finds it easier to play kind of just not paying too much attention to those pawns compared to white.
And he has managed to open up the queen side in the meantime. He did give up the a4 pawn, but there's so much material on the board. Usually it favors the side that's attacking on that side, that the a and the b files are open. At the same time, the knight is trying to stay on that b6 square for a while, blocking the b file and taking away the a8 square from the rook. Can he hold on to this by guarding the c5 pawn with multiple pieces? It seems like.
Yeah, and I think it's a very tricky situation still. Look at all of these black pawns in the middle. I would be terrified if I had to face such an army. But Serrana does great here in eliminating first one of them, then another one. And now for a third time, he's giving a check towards the king. Serrana has successfully gained how many pawns? He's up 3 pawns, and there he gets the knight attacking both rooks at the same time. Serrana has this completely under control. I think he's going to win this game, and that means that Hans is still down by 2.
If his connection stays stable, now we're gonna need to root for that connection to not decide the game because we want it to be decided on the board. Wait, did he? No,
it's okay. It's okay. I thought for a second there, I thought Hans had created something very tricky with the rook coming down and the knight controlling the king's escape squares. But luckily, Serrana had it under control. He knew that he could move his knight back to stop that. And that means Hans once again facing a 2-point
2-point deficit indeed. And the reminder we have on the screen too that the first to make it to 7.5 points will win the match. Sarana is 2 points away in this final portion, 1+1 bullet chess.
And I really like Hans's position now. Look at how black felt forced to move both the rooks early in this game. That means white is now unable to castle to either side. The black king is stuck in the middle for the foreseeable future. And I think a move like queen h5 now, I think that was a good move from Hans. And I think he's dominating this game.
It feels terrifying for that black king that the white pieces are about to strike f5, opening up the f5 in a moment, queen h5 check, and you can't block properly because of the knight on e5.
Yeah, and Hans just taking care of business here right now. A very impressive display from him. So confident, without any doubt. He has punished black for keeping the king in the middle too long. The queen is about to give a decisive check in towards the black king. There's no saving this for Sarana. It's going to be back to a 1-point lead for the Russian.
1-point lead it will be, because it does feel like there's not a hope that Hans will make a mistake here. And Sarana also is going really low on time.
Yeah, Hans really wanted to push his pawn forward so that he could give a check. Sarana has managed to put his queen in a good defensive position. The problem is just that there's so many white pieces up against this pawn defensive formation. And Hans at this point, he's winning on the clock, he's winning on the board, and he's definitely winning number of pawns because he's up by 3 if he now captures on e6 or d4. 3
yeah,
pawns
both pawns
more
were hanging. Everything is falling apart in black's position where the king is still in the middle of the board. Sarana is trying. He's pushing h5. The queen will now choose a different square, but this looks just very desperate, sadly, for Sarana, who was up 2 points. But with this win, I think Hans will be within striking distance. It's only 4 more bullet games after this, and all the chances. Anyone can win this match still.
That was a really good game from Hans, but no rest for the wicked. They just continue with the next one immediately. But this time the initiative is with Hans. He's played the best game of this bullet portion, and he's going to try to continue in that same vein.
I am just speechless for how fast Hans has recovered from a very difficult match situation and won that previous game with so much confidence, not even doubting his calculation in any single moment. That means I think that he is certainly more than capable of turning the tables, but this position so far is looking at least a bit scary when it comes to the black king. Bishop f6 helps.
Oh, that is a tricky move from Sarana. If you now capture the bishop, the knight is not actually intending to protect. It's actually planning to go on the offensive. And the question is there any defense to knight g5 next move? I think the answer is no. I think Hans will have to give away his queen. He's sacrificing his queen in exchange for 2 pieces and a pawn. Fantastic defensive display there from Hans, but also great attacking play from Sarana, who provoked that whole situation and forced Hans into making a queen sacrifice.
Now we shall see if the 2 minor pieces will be enough against the queen, especially with this king side of deck continuing. Sarana is not putting away just yet the ideas that the black king could be in trouble. He's pushing all his pawns to weaken the black king further.
But I gotta say, I kind of like Hans's position. As long as he doesn't get checkmated, he has a very nice positioning of the bishop. The bishop cannot be chased away. It's protected by a pawn. There's a bishop here doing a job as well. I think Hans can win this. I'm going to say this immediately. I think this is winnable. I think Black's position, while you're missing the queen, it's kind of easier to play because your pieces are coordinating much better than White's.
He just needs to not lose to the king side attack. So king safety is what matters here the most. And that's what Sarana is trying to get through, this attack on the G file.
But for now, it feels safe to Hans. And wow, Hans actually even taking the time to start moving pawns on the opposite side of the board. Hans wins a pawn, but at the same time, he's allowed White to make some reinforcements in their attacking scheme. Hans, I guess, will just continue forward with his pawn on the left side. The evaluation bar says this is pretty much equal. I have never seen a less equal position in my life.
But knight h5 seems to be a mistake.
Yeah, because the queen gets in and the queen attacking the bishop. Oh, no, but then where's the king going to go? The king is getting checkmated. The pawn, the king, ooh, the bishop just in time. But now there are, Sarana needs to go for the draw here. This attack Black has going on with all these pieces pointing in towards the king, that is so scary. But Hans tries to go for the win. He puts his bishop back into a defensive position, trying to avoid being checked repeatedly by the white queen. But now this knight on the edge of the board is struggling, and Sarana coming in with the bishop. The bishop is going to come in with the queen to give the checkmate. The king is trying to run away using the light squares and utilizing the lack of support Hans has. And Sarana goes ahead and wins it. What a game. What a play from Sarana to win the queen. But what a decision from Hans as well to sacrifice his queen. Honestly, I was kind of liking Hans's position during that.
He almost won with the two minor pieces over the queen, and then he took the decision to not take the draw when they were repeating moves. He was the one who changed and went back with the bishop.
Yeah. What a play from both players. And this means if Sarana wins this game, it's match. It's game. It's over. Yeah. So Hans needs to win 2 games in a row to tie up this match.
Indeed, and that's not an easy task. But he's got the white pieces here. A draw is not a disaster either, so at least it's not a completely must-win situation. But when you're down 2 points, it pretty much feels like a must-win. 7.5 is the number that wins.
Yeah, and clearly Hans liked his chances in the last game, trying to avoid the repetition in a very tricky situation. So I think it's clear that Hans, as long as he's behind on points, he's treating every game as if he must win. And right now, I'm kind of liking Black's position, if I'm honest. And the Black bishop repeatedly harasses the white rook. And Hans just decides, okay, I'm going to have actually to hide my rook in the corner of the board. But look at this bishop. This bishop just keeps attacking all the white pieces, trying to use a light square.
It is not easy for Hans to step out of the constant attacks. And now the knight from b3 attacking the rook on a1 doesn't have many squares. He just gives it up. He says, I'm going to take a few pawns and let you take my rook.
Yeah, but I think that was a good play from Hans. Unfortunately, there were trickery happening on the other side of the board as well. But Hans now has 3 passed pawns, and he has the bishop pair to support them. I think let's just move them up. Just there's no need to think about this. Just get those pawns as high up as possible. And this is also a great decision from Hans. He actively wants to trade the queens because he knows that one of White's best chances here is to go for the attack. So Hans knows trading queens is not the end of the world. He still has this pawn on the side of the board trying to become a new queen. And that is the way he hopes to save himself. The bishop up here, the next bishop come here, and then just push these pawns forward.
He gave up the b2 pawn, but he still has the a and c pass pawns, as well as the pair of bishops supporting those pawns. Let's see if he can get it done. But with the bishop on d4 attacking f2, suddenly he had to make his bishop passive and guard it from g1. That no longer looks good, unfortunately, for
This
him.
could be the last moves of this match. Sarana is looking great to win it. The bishop in the corner is in so much trouble. It feels like there should be an easy way to win for Sarana. I must admit, I don't see it immediately. Oh, that is it.
That's
Great
beautiful.
move.
The bishop
Great
c7.
move.
Oh my, it's almost the checkmate situation when it comes to that king on g5.
King up. He's trying to get his rook to. It's not over yet, but Hans is just seconds on the clock, and Hans couldn't find a defense in the end. He loses on time, but Sarana had a plan for checkmate. The white king on the edge was not going to survive for much longer. Whatever white did, the bishop would come in to checkmate the king. Sarana is the winner, and overall we gotta call it a deserved victory for the Russian. He was just better in this match.
Indeed, and he had a very tough match earlier, even in the quarterfinals facing Bortnik, which also felt like a almost final. Hans has done amazing. He deserved to be in the finals, but it did feel like this match, this final match, also perhaps because they have been playing on for so long, hours and hours and hours. Today we started long ago in the afternoon, so obviously the players are really tired, but I think, as you said, Sarana is the deserving winner. He lost a game on time by disconnection, so imagine if he had a better internet, hopefully for the speeches event. He has just qualified to the main speeches event. We hope he will have a more stable connection, but let's take a look at what the players have won because of today's participation. For Hans, we have the second place, $2,500, not bad, but Sarana takes the 4K first prize, and what we said is the big prize here, the qualification to the main Speed Chess Championship starting in November with a prize fund of $100,000. Defending champion Hikaru Nakamura, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, and the rest of the top grandmasters will be competing together with Alexei Sarana, who has just qualified. Let's take a final look at that bracket. Hammer, your thoughts on today's event?
Oh, it's been a long day, and the players must be exhausted at this point. In the end, Sarana, deserving champion. He had a difficult route to the final. He overcame all the obstacles, and he will try to really show his presence also in the Speed Chess Championship main event.
I'm so looking forward to the main event, and one more spot that will be decided for the main event is the Junior Speed Chess Championship. But for now, we know that Alexei Sarana will be there to face Hikaru Nakamura and the rest of the crew. I would like to thank all our viewers on all the platforms you guys have been tuning into today's show for your attention, for your support, for rooting for the players. 16 players started today's event, but the one player standing, the last grandmaster to stand, is Alexei Sarana, and he qualifies to the main Speed Chess event. Hammer, this has been a pleasure hosting the event with you. We have been here for what felt like forever. This has been a very long event. I don't know how the players are feeling, but I am exhausted.
Yeah,
Thank you so
too.
much for helping me out through this time.
Likewise, and I hope to be doing some more commentary with you in the future, Anna. I had a blast.
Thank you so much. The same, Hammer. I'm gonna practice the pronunciation of your first name, Jun Ludwig. I'm almost there, but Hammer is a bit easier to say for someone that's not a Nordic language speaker. But I'm gonna get better at it. I promise, for next time.
Thank you.
On that note, yes.
Well, I'm not going to manage to pronounce your name in Hungarian, so that deal works very well for me.
All right. Then we are fine. I wanted to mention that I bet on Serrano winning, but I should have bet a full chocolate bar. It's okay. Honor. I want some honor there. And we hope that you guys enjoyed today's broadcast about the Speed Chess Super Swiss. And we will be back with more excitement when the main event begins of the Speed Chess Championship, as well as the Junior Speed Chess Championship already underway. Thank you again to everybody tuning in. Have a lovely day, afternoon, evening, and see you guys at the future event soon again. Hammer and I signing off for now. We'll be back at some point.